Good to go? Yes, yes. Hi, everyone. Hello. Let me turn this guy down. This seems really loud. Actually, it's really loud from my end too. Like there? Yeah. Okay. Good. Let me double check to make sure good to go. Let me make sure I refreshed all the things. And we'll start at 3 minutes. So 1:10, I think, should be okay to go. 3. Yep, there you go. 3 minutes right there. Okay. Gotta make up for lost time. Okay. Time to breathe. Hi, everyone. How are you all doing? Hello. Let me make sure I say hello to everyone. And oh, the chat is looking really funny for YouTube. Let me refresh that since it's looking a little off. If I click on you, yeah, no, you, yeah. Click you, and then go ahead and click you. Did that work? I believe it should. There we go. Okay, I can see YouTube now. Hi, Ignoron. Welcome. Hi, Lusk. And let's see. Well. Grab some for me too. The thing is, I even woke up early and prepped early, but the music you hear now, it was so relaxing. I started working slowly for my prepping, leaving me not much time to make the coffee. And hi, Zero. Welcome. How the you be? I be good. I be excited. I'm really excited to get a lot of work done today. Lots of work, lots of preparation productions. Saying that on YouTube. Hi, Petey. Welcome. Hi, Eska. And 8 Metal Kitty. Is that how you say it? Welcome for the first time. Hello. Hello. Let's see. So Slow King. T. What does the T stand for, if I may so ask? And hi, Psychedelic Kitten. Welcome as well. And slowed by the music. Tough. Yeah, there was comments earlier, and I felt this way as well. The music kind of felt, I don't know, it was just, I don't know if it was the selection or maybe I've just gotten bored of it. Every few streams, I'll add a new playlist, new soundtrack. This time around, I recently got a new app called like Cozy Room. Hold on. It's called Mini Cozy Room. So we're gonna try to use this guy instead, see how we feel about it. Does the ambiance feel a little bit more relaxing and calm, would you say? Or you think it needs a little bit of something else? I can show you here if I go above audio. Look at that. It's like a mini study buddy. You've got a memo, to-do list, timers, there's ambiance. So if I want, I can pause it. If I want to pause the music, that's there too. I can change the albums. I'm more a fan myself of, of the piano. There's also bossa on here. I can change it to if I truly wanna. I think that's neat, isn't it? And cute, isn't it? And it's gonna be a good day. Much too goody. It's gonna be a great day. I have no idea what you're talking about, Zero. Even better. There should be piano, yeah. I've noticed I've liked listening to piano a lot more. So we'll have some piano going on. And I tried my best to make the avatar look like a little Gabby, as I thought that would be adorable motivation in their little gothic area for her. Aside from that, let me get some water and then we can get into things. And hi Scyther, welcome back to stream. Welcome. Did I miss anyone else? Let me just make sure. Nope. Okay, we're good. And I still don't understand the T. What's the T mean? Or what's the T? Fill me in on the hot gossip. Let me get some water. Not you too, Petey. Let me go ahead and put this glove on. The timer is up, so let's go ahead and get into things while we still have time. Now, one thing I can say is that recently, at least, the tea stuff, I don't even know how to describe it, but I'm very confused. Let me go ahead and do, where are we at? This button here. Yep, I believe so. Okay, yeah. So, recently, I found that, at least streaming-wise, I was using streaming to be productive. However, it seems recently, at least for me, it feels like I've been less productive. So hopefully, we can get stuff done today. We got a lot done yesterday, so I'm really happy. I hope it continues. Saying all of that, today should be I say piece of cake, but more so, it's just not a lot to get done, but stuff that needs to get done. If we can get stuff done today, I don't believe we'll be able to finish everything. However, the little dance, the rat dance. I estimate possibly I'll be able to get a version up on itch by the end of the month, so we'll see. Now, this is some really dramatic piano, isn't it? Maybe we'll go back to lo-fi. I quite like the lo-fi. Saying all of that though, you get there, you stay right there, get all nice and cozy, all right? And I will be right back, okay? The tea be the leaf of the keys that's been by the green oak tree. Well, I'm even more confused, Sarah. Saying all of that though, I fancy meeting you all here. You know, you're here, I'm here. We happen to be in this elevator place, so you know it's just it's interesting, really. And you know, you're waiting for your elevator, and let's see, and let's keep the tea going. I'd ask if you not so slow king, just because it's a little bit on the Spanish side, so I'd prefer not. Saying that, there's no windows, there's no doors, there's no stairs. The only way out of here are the elevators, and the elevators, I'd estimate maybe they're gonna take about a minute of your time, which is not a lot actually when you really think about it. So if we, you know, you stay there and I just make myself acquaintable, since you really can't see me right now, and it's a bit unfortunate, a bit of a shame. So why don't I make myself approachable here? Hello. How you doing? And hi, Shadow, welcome back to stream. And it's my personal social nightmare scenario. What do you mean? This is the great bit here. This is a great part. I am, as you can see, very business ready in this office space. And what I like to do at the start of these game dev streams, programming streams, is I like to do a section called the elevator pitch, where I spend 1 minute attempting to pitch my game idea to you. Now, what is that game idea? You're asking, as I'm sure you are highly invested in not trying to find a way out. That game is called BAM! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. So the aim of the game is that I have 1 minute to attempt to explain my game to you. The hope is that I get better at explaining it in as few words as possible, as quickly as possible. It also gives people who maybe have not have been to the stream before a chance to get filled in on the details, and also people who haven't been here in a second to get caught back up to speed. So it's a bit of a refresher to get everyone caught up to the idea behind the game. Even if the game's not in that current state, it's supposed to be that feel. And very professional, I see. It's all business here. And getting a sales pitch by an eldritch princess in a suit. A nightmare. It's a dream come true. I have no idea what you mean, Ignorant. Saying all of that though, let me go ahead and you can see that timer up there, and haven't seen one of these in a while. Yeah, we're back onto programming, which I'm really happy about. I think this is week 2 that programming has become a thing again, which is really nice. I've been making this game since last August, and it's about to be August again, so I'm hoping, at least, you know, since it's June, July, August, I'll be able to get an updated version by August. I think that's plausible, maybe, perhaps, we shall see. Saying all that though, once that timer's going, I'm going. So let me get some water and then we'll get started, alrighty? I'm surprised you haven't removed that little white spot on the collar yet. A white spot? What white spot, huh? You're gonna make me look for a white spot now, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Saying that, let me go ahead and start it. And, oh, okay, Nick, now I'm ready. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer who is sent to this prestigious wizard academy by her family of necromancers. And the idea is that she doesn't want to be a necromancer. Oh, nah, she wants to become a chef, a baker. So the idea is that she finds this abandoned classroom in her school, her academy, and she decides to go to work and serve her fellow students, her fellow customers. And the hope is that by the end of the school semester, you can show all of the people who doubted you that, hey, I don't have to be successful in life by being a necromancer. I can become a baker, a chef. So that's the cafe portion of the game, but it's also a rhythm typing game. And where does the rhythm typing come into play? As I'm sure you're asking by now. The rhythm typing comes into play by casting the food, summoning the food, the spell casting. In this world, poetry is the way spell casting works. So you have to type out poems to the beat in order to make your what do you call it? The cookies, your cakes, your drinks, your delights, and you have to serve it to the customer. So it's back and forth between serving customers, rhythm typing, and a cafe game. And that is my time. I'll go ahead and take your investments now. And hi. Ooh, how do you say that? Poltenhun. Maybe? Poltenhun? You can tell me how close I got to that. Welcome to stream. You couldn't have come at a better time. I'm sure you all do enjoy it though. And the triangle above the collar? I'm still a little bit confused, Zero. And she turned into an owl. Who? Now, saying all of that, let me go ahead and get off my business attire. So let me go ahead and get off the very important formal suit. Let me get my business associate here, Bobby. So he's a partner in not partner in crime, partner in productivity. Let me go ahead and hide this timer here. Where are we at? Timer. Oh, that's you. Elevator timer. I found the thing. Now, if for some reason, by some way of meaning, my pitch you weren't sold by the pitch. Well, I'll just, I have to take measures into my own hands and with the flip, huh? And necrotype? What a coincidence in the name. Welcome to stream. Hello. Let me go ahead and move this guy over here. Let me give you a demonstration. Now, if the moderators would not mind linking the itch page, that should be just exclamation Twitch, and then you'll have to copy and paste it over to YouTube. I'm working in the backgrounds on figuring out another bot, but for right now, it'll be a copy and paste. And so the name of the game, yep. That's why I'm really surprised. What are the odds? Welcome all the same. Let me bring you into Obsidian, and let me go ahead and do on my front page. Twitch knew. They knew very well where to send ya. Let me bring you into Obsidian here. And if I go ahead and play this guy and this guy, here is the current itch page. Now, this is the most stable version of the game. However, a lot of changes have been made in the past few months. So we're going to continue to work on a more stable version of the game. So what you're seeing here is just a preview of what the game will be, and today we're going to continue working on it so that the updated version can be completed. As right now, it's a prototype. The hope is that I want to make sure that the game is fun first before we add anything else. We're looking to make the MVP, which is the minimum viable product of our game. The hope is to make sure that the... Oh! My goodness! I heard the sound. I had to look around. Hi, Mr. Du Bois.
Boy underscore aided the stream with 31 viewers.
Oh no, that's terrible. Welcome everyone. Hold on, let me lower this guy down. I apologize for the loudness there. That's my fault. But I hope you all had a lovely raid, and welcome by the way, Mr. Du Bois. Welcome to stream. Well, you know what? You came at a perfect time. And what up, people? What up to you? I am currently working on a rhythm typing cafe game that I was just about to show off. I don't have access to Twitch. No worries. Let me go ahead and just copy this here and paste this there. Thank you for sending it on the YouTube side of things. But hello everyone. I hope you had a lovely stream. And I hope you had a lovely one, Mr. Du Bois.
Waters is now following.
Thank you. Oh, I should have this up, but I do not. Let me go ahead and mute this audio first here. Yep. Then I can go ahead and hide this guy. Yep. Show this guy. Lovely. Let me go ahead and move you here. Make sure you're big screen so that it is visible. And then let me make sure I thank the person who just followed, as that is super important. If I click this guy right here, Fountain Waters, is that how you say it? Hi, and thank you for the follow. Alright, so let me show you what I got. If I go back into Obsidian here, this is the Necrotype Cafe. So if I click on the tutorial, everything you can see on here I've made. The hope is that once the prototype is complete, we can go ahead and add 2 extra parts of the game. So more visuals, more music, more sound. This is a rhythm typing cafe game, and right now we're in the cafe area. I can go ahead and open up this book here, flip the pages back and forth, and you can see a customer has arrived. Let's go ahead and seat this customer right here. Sent you a message in Discord for what I mean. Thank you, Zero. I'll take a look at it once the stream's over. So thank you for going out of your way to send it. Our customer here is going to read through their book, think about what they want to send, or think about what they want to order. As you know, the whole point is that it's supposed to be a cafe game. And once they figure out what they want to get, we go ahead and words. I'm very tongue-tied, it seems. We can open up our book at the bottom of the page, and you can see it's a pink purple something, which stands for if we go to the next screen, sweet, bitter, hot cocoa. Right now, there's only 2 guys here.
Bunny 12 is now following.
Thank you for the follow. Hold on. The bunny man. Welcome, and thank you. Let me go ahead and click this guy. I just want to make sure the music isn't on, right? Okay, good. We're good. Let me scroll down here and oh, the gifts, they're adorable. Let me go ahead and move you over here. So this would be the spell casting portion. This is the kitchen where all the magic happens, literally. I can go here, slide to the next screen, and it is a pink, purple, hot cocoa. Let's go ahead and do sweet. Let's go ahead and do bitter. Let's go ahead and do hot cocoa. Currently, right now, this version, and don't forget to breathe. Nah. I don't need air where I'm going. If I click generate, the game will start. And did you play Traveler's Rest? No, I've seen it, but I haven't, I think I tried it, but didn't end up enjoying it, but I haven't tried it recently since they've came out with a few updates. But I definitely want to put it on my list of references. So let me go ahead and click generate. Let's see if we can do this. C-O-A-L-L-O-O-H, exclamation space, C-A-L-L-A-Y, exclamation space, H-E, space, C-H-O-R-T-L-E-D, space, I, and space, H-I, S space, oh, J-O-Y, the period, Lovely, as you can see. Let's go ahead and pick this up and moving down and serve the customer. And they added co-op not too long ago, similar to this maybe. Interesting. Exclamation. Oh yes, there will be exclamations and other things. I'm not going to make it. The hope is that this game isn't going to be Osu level of difficulty when it comes to rhythm games, but I do want to give you a little bit of a challenge. You could ignore that ghost, you didn't even see it. That guy's not there. That is the current version of the game. Let me show you the developer version of the game. There's been a lot of different changes. And see how good typing games can be? They're great! I'm sure you just haven't found the right one quite yet. So let me bring you back into... Oh, not bring you back, but bring you into Godot. So let me go ahead and... Hi, Clone! Welcome back to stream. Welcome. Where are we? Obsidian? Nope. We need to go into programming. Lovely here. We've been working away at figuring out a new version. For a few months, I got stuck on how to do calibration, and now that calibration has been figured out, thanks to another developer's help, we can move on to figuring out the other portions of the game. And hi, yo, welcome back to you as well. And imagine if the notes came from different directions, if in higher difficulties. That'd be terrifying, and we need BTTV emotes? I've never heard of those. What are those? And don't call me out. My hope is that this game is going to be mild. I don't want it to be a granny's game of doing necrotyping. However, I want it to be moderate. And Godot? Oh yeah. Bro. What are the pros for? Now, let me show you the new version of calibration of all of those things, since that's what we've been working on. So let me go ahead and pause this guy here so I can hear my audio. Let me go ahead and move you here. Yep. And do that guy there. And what do you mean call you out? You just chat like 2 seconds ago. I see. If I go ahead and calibration, this is the current new calibration. So I can go ahead and click start. Now let's see space. That's the calibration. Yeah, I don't know what BTTV is. If we go back to main menu here and go to levels, this is what I've been working on. So we can go ahead and teleport to the kitchen. Let's go into the game mode again. And if you were here last time we worked on the game, so last week, you'll notice right away a few things have been made in order that I worked on this week. So if I go ahead and click on cookie here, let's see. Let's play the game again. T-H-E-Y space W-E-R-E space S-O space H-A-N-D-S-O-M-E space F-O-R space T-H-E space F-I-R-S-T space T-I-M-E. There's a few bugs at the moment. That's what we're gonna work on now, but H-E-Y space W-E-R. There we are, 77%. It's better than it was. So what do you think? Now if you've been here before, and let me turn this guy down, audio down a little bit. Yeah, about there. Let me check the audio on. Yeah, okay, we're good. But in the book was the grade and accuracy and everything, so I moved it to this now, and now you have to click finalize for the game. Yep. Not only did I do that, I also made it so that if I go ahead and just click this guy here, I believe it might have been 0. I forget who, but someone was noting about figuring out how to escape the game versus options, so I tried to work on that too. So if I click generate and I click escape, now we have the options menu, and you can see up here we have end spellcasting and restart spellcasting. So the hope is that if I use my arrow keys, I can also choose the buttons. So if I want to exit out of the spellcasting, now all I have to do is do escape and enter. I don't have to use the mouse or anything. So I can click escape, enter, or I can click generate and restart the game. So escape, go to that guy, enter. As the hope is that all of these guys here, oh, hold on, and get me out of there. The hope is that this game will only be played by using your keyboard. You won't need to use the mouse. Right now, these guys need to have the mouse used for the selection. However, that's a future me problem. Current me problem is worrying about what's going on here. And if you notice, I'll play the game again. See if you can spot the issue here. So this is the spell down here, and let me make this a little bit bigger. And yeah, sometimes you just have to worry about another day. And when you start deving it, I started this last August, and I know the feeling. one problem at a time. That's the hope here. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger, if it'll let me. Let's see, Godot window. There we are. Okay, so you can see up here, right, in nearly a year. Yep, this is my second game I've ever made. I started last August, almost a year. The hope was to finish it by last December. However, you can say things didn't work out. Usually they say don't do RPG games as your second game, your first few games. I can add don't do rhythm games as onto that list, as I didn't realize what went into a rhythm game, and it was painful. Had I not made this a rhythm game, I'm sure I would have finished sooner, or at least gotten sooner. And I think I suggested backslash. It could be a thing, but I think I do like the implementation I did end up going with. So the hope now is that now that I'm not worried about calibration, we're all good to go. And saying all of that, you can see here, right, it says this is the ID of the spell, this is the food type, this is the flavor, and then this is the spell. So they were so handsome for the first time, socks. I know, great poem. So keeping that in mind, I'm going to play the game again, see if you notice the bug, and I will never make a rhythm game, don't. Or at least wait until you've made a few good games first. Godot is from what I've heard and from what I've seen and what I've struggled with, Godot itself is not the best engine to make a rhythm game in. It's one of the worst, it seems to be, especially because there's not a lot of information out there on where to go for making rhythm games or what to do. I just happened to have rated a streamer on here who was able to help me figure out the calibration. If I had not done that, I don't know where I'd be. I'm telling you, it's been a long almost entire year. Saying that, let's go ahead and start. T-H-E-Y space W-E-R-E space S-O space H-A-N-D-S-O-M-E space F-O-R space T-H-E space F-I-R-S-P space T-I-M-E. Game's not done yet. T-H-E-Y space W-E-R. That is the spell. And what's your go-to game right now? What do you mean by go-to game? Could you elaborate a little bit? So, is it Pimstar? Or Pimstuff, maybe? Can you tell me how close I got? But that's the game currently. And the nice thing is, now that we can visibly see what we're typing as we go on, the different colors represent how well you're doing. I believe yellow is perfect, green is you're okay, and red is you did terrible, and black is missed. And it didn't say socks, yeah. We go all the way back up here to the beginning. Didn't say a few things. If we see here, yeah. So it was, is this the wrong one here? Let's see, yep, is this one. They were so handsome for the first time, socks. It went right back to they were. So something's going on here with reading, and also you can see it's supposed to be hand, and let me make this a little bit bigger so you can see. It's supposed to be H-A-N-D-S-O-M-E. However, if we look to the actual guy on screen, that handsome doesn't have an A. The A got lost somewhere. And so that's what we're working on today, figuring out this bug. And if we can figure out this bug, then we can continue. And your favorite game you recently played.
Is now
I see. In that case, I can say, favorite game I've recently played? I've been playing Shovel Knight recently. It's been very fun. And thank you, by the way, hold on. Mouthabit? That's a fun name, like a mouse and an alphabet. Welcome. And the color on the, the color on the chat box indicates the accuracy of the hit. Yep. The golden is perfect, green is okay, and red is bad, and black is missed. These colors are subject to change. That's what we worked on last week, figuring out how to add the colors in the whole text box. So it's more of a thing of just trying to figure it out, but I'm really happy now we can see everything that's going on. Saying that, let me go ahead and click on you and you, so that we can have the audio going back on. And did you hit the A? The thing is, even if I don't hit the A, the game should still function. If I go ahead and click play again, just to show you less. If I click this guy here, we'll go ahead and I can mute the game thanks to this guy here. I'll go ahead and teleport to the, and the tilde, and then teleport to one here. If I miss stuff, so I click sweet, and then cake, and start it, it should be black. And miss last message. Oh, I'm just saying that what you went with was someone else's idea. I didn't want to steal the credit. Oh, I see. Yeah. It might have been you. It might have been someone else. But yeah, thank you, Zara. I appreciate your humbleness. But you can see here, if it's missed, it should turn black. All of these guys should appear on screen. So the fact that A didn't show up is very weird. Very suspicious, I can say. And end the mome. Okay, we're good. End the mome. Nevertheless, and it should say Bandersnatch, but I don't think it says Bandersnatch. Let's see. Yep, it goes right back to the top. So something's off about the way the spell is, or the game itself is working, the minigame, and that's what we're going to try to figure out. And hi, everything you made is perfect, and enthusiasm is amazing. Thank you, you're very sweet, and welcome. I hope you enjoy the excitement around here. I've been working on this since last August, so I am... I'm determined, to say the least, to finish some semblance of this before the next August. And your character is cute. Thank you. Very sweet of ya. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Imagine if the notes came. I did read that. Breathing. Breathing is a thing. And let me double check on the side of... Yep. Oh, I completely forgot. Lusk, would you mind shouting out the reader, the Mr. Du Bois, with the, was it slash or exclamation mark? Oh wait, no, you said you're not in here. Eska, are you in here? If not, I can give it a shot. And struggling with my character to look like he's from Roblox, so he needs to tweak him. What do you mean by that? And let me see if I can do it. SHOUT, and then, hold on. Yeah, I just remembered Lusk, MRDBOY _. There we go. Did I do it? I did it. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. I hope it was fun and relaxing. And Sub, he's very square. Square characters can be fun, at least when it comes to character design. Square is great. Square can mean very sturdy and stable, while round can mean cute and soft. Different languages behind shapes. So let me go ahead and see. What we want to figure out is, why is this guy not saying Bandersnatch after this here? Something's off with the looping, which means it's something to do with our minigame. I'm gonna go ahead and close you here, close everything we don't need. And are you using Godot? Yep, I'm using Godot 4, the latest version of Godot. And welcome, by the way, Coffin. I don't believe I've seen your name before, so hi. Let me go ahead and close you. Actually, no, let's just close everything. Do we need anything in here? No, we're good, we're fine. I'm also gonna close all of you. And then now we can open up the minigame. So the minigame, spellcasting minigame scene. Yep. That's this guy here. This guy is responsible for figuring out where things are. So the yellow means perfect, green means okay, and red means bad. And this guy here, you don't even consider anything that's past this point. Is the hope for the scoring. And at least supporting other devs, no Dune cosmetics. Oh, the microtransactions. I have a lot of ideas for this game, but the hope is to make this a small game. So if I complete my main goals, I want to do free updates when the time comes. So I'm sure, keeping positive that when the game finishes, yep, we'll have a great time. And hi, Oblimov. Welcome back to stream. Hello, where are you hiding? I'm on a serious quest to find the world's best Godot dev. Blah. You're very sweet. Welcome back. I hope you've been well. Let's see. Okay. So something here. The way the game works, if I bring you into concepts just to try to explain what's going on for those that are quite new here, if I bring you into here and I go ahead and click on this guy, the idea is that in the game, there's a lot of different systems going on. And because of all these systems, it makes it a little bit confusing for both me, the developer, and anyone else looking at it. So this is also a great refresher for me. So you have here your spells. So let's see, your spells, S-P-E-L-L-S, your spells, which are your typing guys. So we'll just say typing, T-Y-P-I-N-G, your typing. These are your characters that you type out. And then you have your songs, your music. So we'll just say songs, S-O-N-G-S, your songs. They're two different things entirely. And the hope is that, and again, this is where the ambition comes into play, and I'm not sure how in-depth I'm going to go. We're going to start with the bare minimum, and if it does get completed, then we can talk extra stuff. But the idea is that the way the game works is you're serving different customers, and depending on the customer type, so there's different flavors. For your necromancers usually want something bitter. When you serve pyromancers, they usually want something that has the flavor of spicy. Which if you serve your cryomancers, so your ice wizards, they might want something minty. And the hope is that as you go on in the game, you'll get different combinations of flavors, and that's the spells. That's these guys here, your spells. That's what that determines. However, there's a completely different system of songs. The songs you can consider your map. So I'll go ahead and do this. MAPS. These guys determine what you're typing, or where you're typing. These guys determine what you're typing. These guys determine where you're typing. So the hope is that, or the idea is that there's you can consider it also kind of maybe a template. So I'll put this here, TEMPLATE. The hope is that in the future, I'll be able to figure out different songs, different music. Everything you heard before in the game is all music made by me. That is another side quest I had to go on just because I decided, oh, it'd be fun to make a rhythm game. So I then proceeded to have to learn how to make music. Which is it's been fun. I've always wanted to learn music, but I wanted to hold off since I'm also trying to learn programming, and now it's music, and now I also do want to do art, things of that nature. Is a lot on my plate at the moment. So learning music wasn't in there. However, I couldn't be happier to have to be forced into learning. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over. The hope is that in the future, different songs will have different difficulties, right, in rhythm. And what do you do when you are not learning? Sleep? Yes. I have 2 modes, on, off. If I am not excited about something, I'm very sleepy, I'm very tired, I just want to go to bed. But aside from that, it's excitement. If I'm excited about something, I could chat about it for hours. Where was I in words? Right. So with songs, if it's like a spicy, maybe the attribute of the spicy flavor is that the song is fast. Maybe an attribute of the bitter song is that it is maybe a little bit more on the difficult side. Like maybe there's a lot of double taps that you have to do back to back compared to other songs. The hope is that in the future, the songs will have special connections to the spells and the flavors, but for right now, they're separate. So any song can be played for any spell. As right now, it's the simplest way to do it. Once simple is done, then we can go back and see about upgrading it to be customizable. But for now, that's the goal, the aim of the game. So somewhere along the line, the game is believing that we're not doing the spell casting right, and we're not doing all of the poems. So if I go ahead and go to here, and if I go ahead and go to you, and go you, and here for our example, and I can go ahead and paste this guy here, and I'm also learning that 3. They're fun, aren't they? That's why that's one of the reasons I like streaming it, why I like putting on YouTube, is that a lot of people want to make games, they want to be an indie dev, but it's the idea of having to wear so many hats that can be really overwhelming, or maybe you just want to make one part of the game, like the music, and something of where do I find people to do these things with, or how do I get started with working at a corporation, or working along indie companies, so not maybe AAA, maybe AA. I think that's the thing, AA instead. And it's the hope of trying to understand what goes into a game before I think about joining teams or joining game jams with other people. So the hope is that this guy, while I do want to finish the game, it's also a learning project in the sense of I'm in no rush to finish it. However, I do have a few goals that I want to make along the way. And start your own company with blackjack and blackjack and what? Do you mean like the gambling or the card game? Let me go ahead and move this guy. Oh, if it'll let me. Move this guy here. Yep. This is the spells and typing. To elaborate my point a little more, let me move you here, and then I will quickly grab, let's see, MuseScore, MuseCore, and I did read that, good. And what's up, Iris? How are you? And how's the chat doing? Hi, Super Ninja. Welcome back to stream. I'm doing great. I'm doing really excited. I've been making a lot of progress recently with the game, so it's a thing of oh boy, we're doing stuff, we're doing things, and me still struggling with Godot, even with the the thing is, it's like that's not probably gonna help you at all. Usually those guys, they what's the word I'm looking for? Godot's a new engine. It's a new engine on the block. So a lot of the tutorials out there have to be up to date, as it's always changing compared to something like Unity. And so it's a thing of Godot, it's nice that it's free. It's nice that it's open source and beginner friendly. However, because there's a lack of knowledge and lack of stuff out there, it makes it a little bit hard to follow along. Let me go ahead and grab you, and we'll just say you there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. You and you. Maybe this can make it a little bit easier. The sheet music and the words. So for some reason in our mini game, we're not even getting to this 4th line. There's a total of 4 lines. So this would be line 1, line 2, line 3. It goes from line 1, line 2, line 3, then back to line 1. somewhere along the way, we lose line 4 and hope I don't have to learn music on my journey. I mean, yeah, I definitely think game dev can be a thing of pick your poison or pick what you like most. Not everyone wants to be a jack of all trades. Some people just want to get good at one specific thing. And I think that's the fun in it, is that you don't have to do everything. There's always game gyms going on, or always communities where people are getting together. And is it a bad, the making script? They made a Futurama joke? What do you mean, Zero? And I don't get what you mean as well, Super Ninja. And I just changed my game engine to Unreal Engine because I prefer the code edit. I'm glad you found something that works for you. And no one has made a limp animation tutorial? Never heard of limp animation, animation before. That's an interesting one. Let's go ahead and see if we can open up the hood underneath Godot's stuff. Let's go back into this guy here. Scroll up here. So with that knowledge, this is the mini game. The idea is that the song loops around. You can see if we go to where are we at? On game finish, it should be somewhere here. On music player finish, here we are. Scroll down. What I want to do is unhide these guys so we can figure out that. And trying to get my guy to use a cane, so he needs a limp. Oh, I do remember you saying that. Yeah. I would look up videos of people, like actual people who have limps, and see how they walk, and maybe try to trace over them. Like maybe take a piece of paper and put it to the screen, something like that, to see if you can figure out their motion of their actions. So go frame by frame. That would be my suggestion. Let's see. Utility notes before, string notes. Notes index message. Yep. And current index utility notes after. Yep. Okay. So the idea is that we append current map.notes. So this should completely add the notes to the game. We'll see. We'll see what this utility guy does. I'll go ahead and do that guy and then click play. Never thought of that. I can try. Yep. I can say the best references are usually the ones you can find in real life. So if you're struggling to do like someone who dances, looking up videos of people dancing and watching them, or even trying to do the action yourself. So trying to dance or trying to maybe get a cane or some stick or something to see if you can feel out the actions also helps. And Unreal Engine looks like a script. You know not how to look, but the game engine script. I'm still not getting your words quite right, Super Ninja. I'm a little bit confused. If you could, I don't know. I can try to, well, I am trying, but I'm a little confused. Let me click OK here, and then like, we go to, yep, this guy here. So if we go ahead and teleport, we'll have the game run, and we'll just have it do its thing. We'll have sweet, bitter. And what we're looking for is the guys in here. I want the guys to say everything. And yeah, okay. So my guess is what it's going to do is it's going to say, and as that guy's going there, I'll wait to, oh, wrong guy. This guy here, move you here. Yeah, there you go. Actually, let me move you down, crop ya. There you go. While it's working on itself, working on its own ideas, let me crop all of this. There we go. And scroll you back out like that. Okay. And it looped. So we should be able to see a few things here. Let's see. Notes before, notes after. Yeah, okay. So for the notes after, we'll do the letters. Yeah, okay. That is the next step. As right now, the way the new system works is that the notes are, I believe they're called notes. They're either called notes or keys, we'll see. If I go ahead and hide you, so that it's a little bit easier, more visible, the notes that we have to add, I want to see what their letters are. So what we'll do is, back down here for our notes after, instead of printing the notes, what we can hopefully do is do, let's see. For notes, append array, current notes, yep. For notes in, for current notes in notes, N-O-T-E-S, notes. And then we're going to also do a var for a string. A var, and it's going to be a note string, S-T-R-I-N-G, so it's a string, and so it's equal to nothing. And then from here, we're going to do notes underscore string, so notes underscore string, and then we're going to do plus equal, and then current note. Current underscore note dot, and it should be something like dot, dot character, I believe. If we go look at our notes, note GD, yep, it should be spawn time, interesting. Spawn time type, okay, so notes are part of the spawn time float. So is it a key then? Let's see. Key? Key. There we go. Key. Is this where we're keeping our character? It is. Okay. A lot of this is old code. It's gonna be, I assume it's gonna be a lot of, oh yeah, I did do that, didn't I? And I'm sorry because I don't speak English. I speak French, but I'm dyslexic, so it is not to my advantage. No worries. That definitely makes a lot more sense. The thing is, I'm not too good at reading aloud at least. So you're typing and then my reading. I'm sure I've butchered a lot, but you're doing. I can understand most of it. You're doing a great job. I think it's mostly me trying to really speed through it. I feel like I'd have to slowly think about it and think quite concentratingly. Can you try again though? Let's see if we can give it another go. Notes and notes. Third note. Yeah, okay. And in our notes are an array of notes. Yep. We need to look at our list. And I think I'm getting tired following everything you say. Amazing, really. You know, I've been told that before. It's the thing of, you talk very fast, I can't keep up. Yet at the same time, it's very relaxing. I'm still a little confused and surprised on how that's, those things go together, but I'm glad. I can also say maybe it's the music nowadays that, but I hope I'm not putting you to sleep. Hope it at least can be a little bit on the entertaining side. Let's see. The notes are the notes in our track. That's the guy we're looking for, right? So we need to take a look at the, current index. Okay, and our current index, if we look here, yep, hold on. Index. So we grab that index, and this index gets to be used in our list of notes, I believe. So if we go back up here, and hello, how you doing? Hi, Jack. Welcome back to stream. welcome back to stream. I hope you've been well. Welcome. Let's see. I will go here into list, and then key, and then we'll go to array. So instead what we'll do is, not this guy, not any of you guys. We'll go ahead and move you down here. Yep, list, note string. We want to see what it's printing out. That's the issue is right now something's going amiss. But I understand everything that you said because I'm bilingual. Oh, that's good. That's very good. I do at some point want to learn another language, but I always get on. I try, but it never works out. First it was Russian, then it was French, and then it was Japanese, and now I realized maybe it's just not the time. And now I'm thinking about Spanish and Portuguese. It's not gonna go anywhere right now. I feel like I have to laser focus on other things first, but soon, TM, I've got all the time in the world. Let's see, note string. What I'll go ahead and do is for current, well, actually, we don't want to do that. So we'll do, instead, we'll do this guy here. We'll set a var to index. Why is there current index versus index? We'll see. We'll find out, I'm sure. Int and equal to 0. Yep, and is there an index already? There's not. So for, wow. I don't usually use wow, but I'm thinking, wow, index, INDEX, is less than, and what we can do is do list.size. What we'll do is then, index equals current index, current index equals 0. Yeah, okay, index equals 0. Where are we printing out this index at? Control-Shift-F, index equals current index. We set our current index equal to 0. Huh. Something's off. Something is certainly off. And I'm bilingual and I learned a third language in school. Yeah, that seems to be how most people do it. When you learn it young, it's really easy to pick up. It was French for me, but it just didn't stick. And oh, you're right. I was focusing on my drawing exercises and only half listening. It was really relaxing and refreshing at the same time. I'm happy to hear it. I'm glad it's a nice environment for you to get your work done. Yeah, we're all getting work done. We're all trying to learn and study and focus. Oh boy, I'm so excited for this game to get done. So let's see. While index is less than list.size, and remember our list is our, and actually, you know what? Let me do that. List of, actually, what we'll do is we'll rename you. We'll go ahead and do Control F, Control R, and we'll set this to key list. I think that makes a little more sense. So match case, match whole word, and replace all. There we go, key list. And English is easiest second language to learn, so the rest of the world has the advantage. I have heard that before. English is one of the most common ones, so it's a thing of, oh, it's tricky. I feel like Spanish might be the most useful for me, but a lot of the art notes I find are in Japanese, so it helps in that sense. I also wanted to learn Korean at one point. As you can see, many aspirations. Let's see, var key list. Variable key list is the same as a previously declared. Where are we at? Key list. Huh, okay, undo. Where are we using key list at? Control F? This might be old code. Yep, it is. It so is. All right, key list, spawn key at, oh, no, this is not old list. This is node. So we can do Control F, Control R. This is actually our key. It's more so our node children. Key node. Key. How can we say this? Key node. Keyed node children. CHILDREN. Key node children. Yeah, I think that works. Key node children. And then this is our key list. So Control F, Control Shift F, no, Control F, Control R to find and replace. And learn like you will live for 1,000 years, talk fast like you will live for 10 seconds. Anytime I get excited about something, it's just blah, 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 blah. Then something, if I'm tired, it's just not quite my interest. It's a little bit on the slower side, but it's a thing of just excitement. My mind is doing 20 things and my mouth can't keep up. It's just a never-ending cycle. Let's see. So this list here, now we're going to make this our key list. Hopefully these new words, these new variable names will make things easier to understand. But we'll go ahead and replace all of these. So our key list, we have our key list, we have notes, and I do like that. You could even do like key list and maybe even say instead, so if we do Control F, Control that, we can just call this keys. Truthfully, I do like this because it's also our notes. So we could say note list or key list, but I think this works. It says it's the multiple of that thing. And I think the easiest language to learn is Spanish because it is like French with a bit of English if you add O. Huh. I do. More languages would be a lot of fun. And do you have other programming experience other than game dev? Well, let's say about a few years ago, maybe about years back, I went to college for game development. I was studying for about 3 years before I dropped out. Initially, I learned C++ and I was using Visual Studio. However, I didn't like the program. I didn't think it was helping me, so I ended up dropping out and then ended up going into Godot. So the previous knowledge would be C++. It was for game dev, but I didn't use an engine. I used Visual Studio. So it's a thing of I have a little bit of background in programming, but not quite much. And I'd like to see you speak in sign language. That sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds like it'd be a handy tool too. Let's see. Notes, keys, notes, spawn time, current spell, in-game, past notes, current index. Yep, okay. So our current index, where do we use current index at? Current index gets reset, current index plus equal. So new key, all key, current index. So what this guy is doing is it's setting the all versus. Yeah, current index. Current index is the guy we want to keep track of. Our spell, current spell, yep. So let's see, current index plus equal. Okay, going down. So our current index gets set to 0, which I'm not too sure about. I don't know if that's the way we want to do it because we're checking the index of our actual keys. So yeah, I don't think that's what we want to do. Terrible. What do you mean to be terrible? It sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. And I think, oh, I did read that. Good. Okay. Current index, append array. So we append our notes, we add on the remaining notes. So current index, the idea is that the song and the music is loopable. That's why each song can work to each spell. It's not tailored, but because it's loopable, because it's so customizable, it means so much can go wrong, which is why we're running into this. If we had a map for a specific song, this will be easier since we wouldn't have to loop the song. But the songs are only about 10 seconds each. And I mean the pun, you said it's a handy tool. Oh, I see. I made a pun without even realizing it. You're all corrupting me in that sense. Puns, don't want them, but somehow seems day by day I'm getting the punitis. It's a terrible condition, crippling even. Let's see. While index is less than key.size, current index equals 0. Yeah, and where do we use current index at? Yeah, current index is index 0, and yet we set our current index to 0. Let's not do that and see what happens. Aside from that guy here, our index equals 0. Let's go ahead and set our index equal to current underscore index. Then from there, while index is less than key.size, we're going to do notes.string or notes underscore string. So notes underscore string plus equal. And then we're going to do list, or it wouldn't be list, right? It would be keys. Keys dot, or not dot, it'd be keys index, and then dot character. Like that. I believe it's dot character. Let's just double check. Yep. Dot character. There's character and then there's character text, which is interesting. Oh, that's the label. Yep. That's fine. Character. Dot character. And then after that, what we'll do is we'll do utility, utility dot. And then it should be something like print, I believe. I have it as print debug message. And we'll go ahead and print out the notes string. Notes underscore string. Oh, we also forgot to index plus equal 1. Okay. So this should print out the remaining guys. And yeah, that infection got out of hand real fast. Terrible, I say, terrible. And me, when I went to learn GDScript, Godot's fun. I do enjoy it. It's the only engine I've ever used. But for me, at least, if I don't know if you can, if you can tell, but I like colors. I like a lot of colors and bright things. And I know that there are. Oh, hold on. What are we saying? Why are you angry? Standalone expression. You saw nothing. You just saw nothing. Let's go ahead and click escape on here so the music can go down. Now what was I saying? I like how colorful Godot is. Now I know Unity and Unreal also have themes you can change, but for me at least, seeing the node system, all of these guys to the side and all of these, it was love at first sight. I eventually do want to try out other game engines at least once, just so I can have a reference, but what spoke to me immediately was something like Godot, since it has a nice feel to it compared to something like Unity Unreal. I especially want to focus on making 2D games, and specifically with pixel art, and I feel like Godot definitely has more of that edge compared to something like, I think, Unreal is 3D more so. And I love using Godot, but because I already know Godot, I'm kind of scared to use anything else. You shouldn't be afraid whatsoever. The nice part is it's like learning a language or learning a programming language. Let me rephrase that. Once you know one, it's a lot easier to know other ones. So you can start with C++, then move to Java, then move to Python. In this case, because you know that stuff about delta time and functions and things of that nature, it shouldn't be too bad of a conversion. I'd say try maybe getting into a game jam, and hi Rudy, welcome back to stream. Try getting into a game jam, and from there, try using the engine. Maybe a longer game jam, or just setting up your own one. And Godot makes me comfortable. It is very comfy. The ads are about to start, so I'll go ahead and have them run, and we'll go ahead and start the test, but we'll get the results better. Now, I tested this earlier, but we'll see. The ads should say they're running ads on screen. Did that work? Does it do the thing?
Eternal_Vic is now following.
Thank you, Eternal Vic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Did it work? Did it do the thing? I don't think it did. Huh. Okay, that's okay. Well, welcome again. Yeah, I was trying to set up a thing where it shows, hey, ads are currently running. It did it once, it didn't do it again, which is interesting, but that's a-okay. Let me double check to make sure this guy is still doing its thing. It is, so I'll just have to check it after stream. But since the ads are running, we've got about 3 minutes, let me go ahead and get some water and some coffee. Let me go ahead and refill and hydrate before I dehydrate. Tasty. Okay. And I prefer, box than writing because it makes more clear for my brain. Do you mean the box when she's speaking, or do you mean something else, like the writing bit there? Oh, no box and writing. Do you mean the concepts writing? Or I started with making games in programming language, so I'm used to programming. Yep. I would say, or at least I hope, it wouldn't be too much of a difference. Again, I've only tried Godot. I haven't even installed the otdo guy, so I don't know. But my assumption is it would be the same difficulty. And caffeine, you said. Caffeine for you, is that good? I'll have you know. Unfortunately, caffeine doesn't work on me. If anything, it tends to make me sleepy, which is a terrible, terrible thing. As I said, usually I'm either energy or sleepy. So if I could be energy 70% of the time instead of 20% of the time, imagine what I'd be at like 70% efficiency with coffee. But no, I drink coffee for the vibes, for the feel. I like to drink it because it makes me feel productive and like I'm accomplishing things in life. So let me go ahead and drink that too. And it's weird to see the game without music. Interesting. I know this is a new UI, so I'll have to get used to it. But that is interesting you say that, Chuck. I had it running just so we could see the after effects, so we'll see. Let me go ahead and drink the coffee. Tasty, very tasty. Now I can say it, I'm crashing out in Blender. Hi, Violet. It's Violet, I believe. Welcome back. So yeah, your current issue is exactly why I'm currently not touching Blender. I'm gonna get better at using Sprite. Eventually, I will try to make a 3D game, and when we get there, we'll get there. That's another tomorrow me problem. For now, we want to get good, at least grasp the basics of one. But I did at least give Blender a try. I can't say that much. And her presence makes coffee more energetic. Coffee shakes in their boots when I approach. Saying that, let's see. Game has ended. Index all these guys. Oh, actually, 14 seconds left. I'll let them do the thing. I'll get a little bit more of a sip here. One thing I can say, at least when it comes to the text on screen, because there were spaces, it was hard to translate, hey, this is the space you got wrong or correct. So what I did was I added the underscore instead up here, and so you can see the colors when it's color coordinated. And I mean, in Unreal is a box that spawns and you do not like the script, more box where you link everything that went together. Visual scripting, is that what you're referring to? Something like Scratch Super Ninja, if I had to guess? And I thought I'm freed from the tutorial, but it seems like Blender trapped me again. Blender is a terrifying, terrifying foe. And I think it's best to start with Blockbench and then transfer to Blender. I did do Blockbench, and I did do Blender. I did both. I can say from trying to do this, I liked Blender. I think Blender is better overall. However, Blockbench was also fun. Blockbench is more Minecrafty, and I like Minecraft. Eventually, I want to make Minecraft mods. But if I were to learn a program, I'd probably put more of my time into Blender than Blockbench, as I think in the long run, Blender would be better. And yeah, it looks like Scratch. Got ya. There is a plugin on here. I think if I go to here, there's one on here that's really popular. I'll see if I can find it. But there's one for visual scripting in Godot that you might enjoy. It is a work in progress, I believe. I think it's still in beta, but you might find it handy to use instead of using the typical programming method. I've never really done too much visual scripting. However, it seems like a lot of fun. Well, saying all that, and oh no, what did I do? Oh, never mind. We're gonna have to do the test again. It seems as... Oh, no, we're good. Okay, so came whiffling the tungly wood, bite the claws. So it seems whatever I did to fix the index, fix that, which is lovely, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, bite the claws. Huh. And are you using Git? Yep, I'm using Git as a backup. As I tried back after I dropped out of college. I told myself I'll give myself a month, or not a month, the whole summer to make a game. I tried to make the game halfway through the summer. It ended up getting corrupted, so I lost all my files and everything, and I stopped doing programming for a few years, which is when I picked up Pixel Art. As I learned my lesson the hard way, and now we back up everything all the time. So that's good. At least now I know. And hi, lazy random content. Welcome back to stream. Thankfully, I can say this at least. While I did lose the programming, I still have all the assets, which is really nice. If I ever want to redo the game or do it again, now that I have more knowledge, as that was supposed to be my first ever game, I'll know a lot more, since it was supposed to be a platform, which is one more of the easier sides. I feel like Blockbench has more charm, while Blender feels more business. Yep. But Blender, I believe you can add themes to it to make it a little more business, but it does have charm. Yeah, Blockbench does. It's very pretty. Okay, notes before index, notes after index. Whatever I did, I think I fixed it. I think deleting that index set to 0 fixed it entirely. And now that you have the strength, make it better. Yeah, 100%. I would love to give the game another try. And welcome, by the way, lazy random content. I think I said welcome, but you know what? If I did, welcome again. If I did not, welcome again. Or, yeah. Let's see. And it is more fun for me because I prefer the box response and links everything because it seems less compact and my brain does not burn when I have to correct a thing. It does make sense, yeah. I've tried a few games that are visual scripting as the feel, but for me at least, seeing all these lines of code, it's so calming, it's so relaxing. There's just something about it. I could stare at programming all day, and I did do that. Good, and I say 3 times. I say. Great. At least I know I'm paying attention, partially. But I think that did fix one of our problems. So we'll double check it again by playing the game. Let's see if it actually does do the thing. Well, I'll go ahead and I will mute you and mute you. Go ahead and unmute Godot here. So we should be able to crank up that master volume. My ears, I wasn't ready. Okay, uncrank it a little bit. Yeah, okay, you're a little bit better. All right, let's give it a go. Oh, right. I thought it was broken. Nope. This is the foolproof measure to make sure that people don't do anything wrong. Generally doesn't work because there's food on the table. I pick up the food. Now that the food is picked up. Now that the food is picked up, the game mode can start. N E E E R T H E L E S S space L space R E S that's T E D space T H E space S H A R P space T E M P T A. Okay. T I O N. Okay. lovely, and unvolumes the master. Indeedy. And which program do you use to produce the music? I believe I can do this. Exclamation FAQ. And that should give you your answer there. All the programs you see me using on stream. But to answer your question a little bit, or quite a little, just a small smidge. And oh, hold on, let me see if I can get it correct. If for you, ref, maybe? You can tell me how close I got. And welcome, by the way. But the program I use is called MuseScore. So I actually use sheet music for making my songs. So if I just I can show you actually. If we go to this guy here, I think. And if I go to this guy here, it should work, I think. Yeah, I use sheet music. So I do all the notes since I'm using MIDI files. And the hope is that, or this is the way I've been learning recently, since I've tried other methods before. I've streamed myself as well, learning music and trying other things. But for now, this helps because I can see clearly this is when the player has to press the button. So it helps me map out things a lot easier, and to the rhythm is the hope for it at least. So let me go back into programming. That guy there. But I have to learn Blender, but it is complicated because of the mother methods that I make the character. It can make my PC crash because there's 70,000 boxes. From what I remember, Blender is very hard on the computer. Godot doesn't have that much of a problem, but you might, if you're trying Blender, maybe try Blockbench. Yeah, Blockbench is a little less intensive on the computer, poor soul, and 65% is just a passing grade. That's why I got an okay. Anytime I want, I can make the accuracy different, but I'm really happy I can see the accuracy here instead of just in here at the bottom. So it's nice that now everyone can know, okay, why did I get an okay? Because your accuracy is 65%. Hopefully, maybe we can get a little bit more, but you know what? I'll take the 65%. I'm not too picky nowadays. If we go back up to here, though, let's see. We'll go down here, actually. What are we looking at? We have, see, nevertheless, I resisted the sharp temptations. And that's what we have on here. However, resisted is supposed to have an I, and there is no I here. We fixed one problem at least. Now there's another problem. Well, this was the other problem. I was kind of hoping that maybe fixing the problem of it looping would fix this problem, but it didn't work out. They are separate problems entirely, unfortunately. So, let me go ahead and close you. Let me go ahead and turn the music back on. And I can bring you back into Obsidian. Let me go ahead and move you down here and here. Yep. And let me type it out as well for those that are curious. MUSESCORE. That's the program I used to make music, and it's free. So let me go ahead and bring you into Obsidian. But my PC is rocking, so I can support it, but it can crash if whatnot. Oh, okay. I wonder why it's crashing then. I'm glad you've got a pretty hardy PC though. And it's been so long since the last music stream. Curse you, Mr. Toby Fox. Well, the thing was, we were doing music streams to supplement the programming streams because I was struggling and I wasn't able to figure out the calibration. So the hope is that once we get to a good point where I can start getting feedback for the game, once this version I'm working on is uploaded to itch, and so bugs get found and all those things, we'll go back to adding music. So it's a bit of a back and forth. And thanks, I will see it. Yep, I hope it helps. And like Rock 50 series graphic cards, I don't really know anything about computers. Nope, not one thing. I wish I did though. Computers seem like just a fun feel. So since last week, I have compiled a list of to-do lists. I think once this guy here, actually, another thing, gameplay, we need to, no, I did add it, lovely. Once all of these boxes are checked, I can put the version on up on itch. There we are, words. You can see here, I already did some things this weekend, and I believe bugs, spellcasting, songs aren't formatted. We can go ahead and check that off. Now, not all misses are registered for the speech bubble. Fixing the above problem might fix this one. We can go ahead and get rid of this since that did not turn out to be true. And fellow Obsidian user, oh yeah. I have quite a few plugins, but it is pretty. And again, if you could add a little bit of glitter on there, I'll be a happy camper. But it's been the easiest way for me to organize my notes. It's been the nicest at least. And colorful, oh yeah. Let's go ahead and go back into as we've got to figure out this bug now. Not all misses are registered for the speech bubble, and I have a few ideas. I have a few hypotheses. And checking items on a checklist, one of the best feelings there is. Oh yeah. The thing is, I have a plugin that makes it so that there's a little audio that plays every time I click it. Not only that, I also have a you can hear it, right? The little click clacks, all the audio textile feels. I think it makes it feel more homey. Let me double check that you are good to go. Yep. Audio output capture. I think you're supposed to be like that. Possibly. Nope, you're good. You are supposed to be like that. And I think if I do this, okay, good. Making sure the audios are good to go. Okay, so back into programming we go. And I did read all of those. And I thought the bar next to the UI UX was a secret. That's another plugin. It shows you your progress. Your progress with completion. It sounds like a quest objective completed sound cue in a lot of games. Yep. Unfortunately, you can't customize it, or at least there's 3. There's one that's like a ching sound. There's this one, and there's another one. And I'd love it if I could customize it, but it works. It works for what it is in cigarette. Yep. I can see it with the orange color. So, what I'm thinking is, the thing is, why it's not working correctly, or why the words aren't doing it properly, and actually, let's have it play one more time, have it mess up, as it's going to mess up. We know it's going to fail. Let me go ahead and lower the audio here. Play around with it a little bit, that way I can screenshot the diagnostics problem. Let me go ahead and I should be able to, if I click you, and you, and you, there we go. Okay, go back into levels, you here, go ahead and teleport. Yep. And move you down, go ahead and do memory, sure, bitter, yep, and cookie, yep, and custom sounds, the Alan shout from the Meerkats. I haven't heard that one before. Alan from Meerkat. Doesn't ring a bell. There's a few sounds I could think of that I would love to have as a checklist sound though. If it's just the squeak squeak Meerkat chant, I think from maybe High School Musical, I could say that one. Let's go ahead and do generate though. And I'll just do the buttons here. It should mess up eventually. I'm just going to type some things and see if we can do some words here. Yep, I am totally in sound with the music right now. This is the best gameplay you've ever seen. I could even do it with my eyes closed and just do some more words on here. I feel like I'm Mozart the way I'm putting down these rhymes. Yep, and pause, give it a second. And just press a little bit more, spamming. You know Alan Meerkat from BBC? Nope, never heard of it, not one bit. You might have to enlighten me later, Eska. Words? More words. We're wording wonderfully. I feel like, how did I get one poor? By blindly pressing the buttons. That is an interesting one. Alrighty, I wanted to take this and screenshot it, and then go back all the way up here. And she missed quite a bit of internet history, it seems. For most of my time, I can say I have lived under a rock and sent it to you. Thank you. I shall take a look at it. And 120s of bliss, 120 seconds of bliss. I might be able to check it out at the end of the next ad break. Let's see. This is out of range. Yep, we're looking for, is this it? Yep, okay. Let's go back into you here. Now go ahead and paste these guys just so we can understand it a little bit clearer. So we'll go back into concepts. I'll go ahead and also screenshot the words here. This guy right here, and we're back in here. So my idea, or my guess as to why it's not happy with us at the moment, is that if I go ahead and move you down here so it's a little bit easier to see, every time there's a miss, it sends out a signal, right? But we don't get to choose what signal it sends out. So, for example, in one line of code, or order of operations, I think that's why it's not doing it all the time. Let's see, I stretched my, and then it's out. Yeah, so we missed the O here. We missed the, let's see, my feet. Yeah, my feet, and we missed the D there. Hold on, the, and then I think all of that is said. MAGNIFICENT. Yeah, words are getting missed for some reason. So, what do you think we could do instead? What I'm wondering is, do you think we could just say, hey, do the pointer here, or do like a +1 instead for the guy? And is this a sync issue? I'm not too sure. There is something going on where all the words are getting said. If we move this guy up here for just a quick second, if I grab some code just so you can see what I mean by syncing, we go into scripts here, we go back into programming here, and I go into minigame down, where are we at? On music player finished. Nope, we need this guy here. You can see, right? Some of the code emits the signal here. It gets also emitted here or here. And I think because they're getting emitted in different places, and stretch. I suppose. Let us, stretching is very important. So we go to the left. We go to the right. We go backwards. We go forwards. Make sure we're okay to stretch. Thank you for that one. Oh, Fontaine. Waters. You can tell me how close I got and I'll try again. But thank you for that, Rudy. I do feel extra stretched now. Let's see. I'm wondering if, right, instead of the character sending out the character and doing all of these guys, and close enough, attempts are getting made. The question is, right, these guys get sent out the key. Maybe instead what we do is utility dot player underscore typed and player typed. We'll just do that, like dot emit. Something like this instead, as we should be able to get the current song. Yeah, current song should be possible. So instead of this guy here with all of our closest key and our player scored, hey, hi, Puff Manator, welcome back to stream. Oh, actually, hold on. This won't work because we need the key or we need the grade. Actually, it'd probably have to be like this, right? And then it wouldn't be any of these guys. I think the true won't be needed anymore. If we do any of this, but we'll just keep it like this, like that. I think we might have to do something like this so we can send out both signals. But again, hi, Puff Manator, welcome back to stream. I hope you've been well. Let's see. I'm thinking something like this can work possibly. And that way, back in our spellcasting screen, so spellcasting screen here, GD, that guy there. When we do the change text, because right now we get the grade, we get the character, and we get the play sound. We don't need any of those. We just need to know the grade. And from there, I'm thinking we have an index. As right now, there's a global way we check the index. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. There's a global way we check what song we're doing currently. We can go ahead and do, at the moment, var, and we can set it to index. And have this be an int, set it to 0. So when the game restarts, so this underscore reset spellcasting, we can also do this guy here, index equals 0. And then I think also as well that index equals 0, yeah, we can also make sure that is reset, like that. And I feel like something purple would be a better indication for a missed note than black colors, usually the default text color. I mean, these are just random colors at the moment. Like I could do just a color dot, and then I could set it to, let's see, maybe blue violet. What color are you? What type of purple are you feeling? Actually, you know what? I've been waiting to use this. I have a color search guy, I believe. If I do this guy here, and then I type, yeah, you can see, right? Color. And then I go color. Nope, hold on. You're gonna be blown away, I assure ya. Color, color, to-do list, targets, obsidian, quick file glance. It's all of the current Godot colors. So we're going for purple, right? Maybe we can go for like maybe a dark orchid. Is that the color you're feeling? We can see it all on screen instead. So I can go back into Godot then, or yep, Godot then, and then I can type in dark orchid. So dark orchid, D-A-R-K, and dark orchid. That's the one we're thinking. There you go. Isn't that neat? And light blue? You think light blue laser in content? I can see purple being it. I can also see the light blue being the guy. Probably it's gonna need to be like a really dark color, so maybe dark blue can work, or maybe we can go with indigo. Indigo might be a little bit better. These are always things we can change. And I wasn't expecting the fanciness right now. The nice thing is, it's easy to change. I just have to change this line here, and it's already done. So that's the nice part about it, is that at least all the colors changed right there. Don't have to go anywhere else. So back to here, in our index, what we do is we do, on our change text, we go ahead and do index plus equal 1. And then from there, if character equal, okay. So if, how can we do this? Instead of the skip character, what we'll set it to is if character equal, actually, I don't think we don't need anything. I think we're good to go. If character equals this, then we change character to this. So we'll need a var, and it'll be var for character, and we'll set it to string, string, string equal to empty. And from here, what we'll do is actually, never mind. What we actually do is different things here. Var character string equal to utility dot, and I think we can do current spell dot, and then we can do all versus, and I believe then we can do index. This index guy right here, all versus should be a combination of all the guys together. So from there, then what we can do is do back in our spellcasting screen here. From there, we can increase our index once we have the string. Then from there, we can go ahead and say character does all of those things, do all of that things. So maybe, and if you mean dark ornament, that's just purple, but from a wealthy home. I do know a few things about purple. just a tad, you know, happen to be a bit of an expert. So let's see here. I'll go ahead and cancel the game. And then from here, what we'll do is do change text. Yeah. And then instead we'll do update speech bubble. Yeah. Underscore update speech, update speech. And then we'll do BUBBLE. Update speech bubble. And you mean green. Green is a lovely color. I can't agree, Zero. And very creative too. And then instead of player scored, we're instead going to do update speech bubble as our signal. We'll go back into utility and change our player scored. We can go down here. Let's see. Signal, customer spawn, ghost. Nope. We want player. Update. Let's see. Spellcasting signal. Debug signal. Screen signal. Calibration menu. Book signal. Ghost signal. Customer signal. Spellcasting. Yeah. Okay. All of this stuff has to get refactored too. But it's more of a thing of we just want it to work for right now, and we'll fix it later. So since that's the case, I'll just go ahead and go to our. So I guess spellcasting could work. Signal, and then do update speech bubble like that. So then, if we go back to our spellcasting minigame, now what we can do instead, anytime we want to update, is hopefully, instead we do utility.updateSpeechBubble.emit. And we set the grade here. So anytime these guys get added, however, we're also going to need to change the player scored. So instead of character, it just needs to be the bool again, like that, and comma. Then we also need to find this guy in our code. Go ahead and just do find. And it needs to be .connect. We need to change all of these guys. A little bit to change, but not too much to change. We can do .connect player scored. Let's go ahead and move this down here. And player scored, we don't need any of you guys anymore. So we'll just go ahead and move you here. And then from there, we have .connect. Let's see. .connect. .connect. Player scored. Okay, good. These are all emitting, and these are all doing their thing. So I think we're good. We're only using it in Scorekeeper, which is nice. It's only in one spot that we're connecting, but everywhere else is sending out signals. That's a-okay to go. And then from there, all we do is now we grab all of these guys, say about the true. Now, I'm not sure if we use any false. The true was supposed to be, or the bool, at least at the very end, is supposed to be, do we have sound emitted? And I'm not quite sure what to do anymore for that guy, but it's okay. They could always be deleted if need be, if truly need be. From here, player scored, emit. And we're just going to go down the line of a player score emit. Grade missed here. Then we're going to go down here. Let's see. Yep. .emit. We can go ahead and do missed here. Not there. And then we can keep going. So if this is perfect, the player score emit perfect, we can go ahead and say this is perfect. And we can just modify all of these guys. Now, I don't really like having double code or double stuff. However, I draw the line at 3. So for now, I think this is okay because they're right beside each other. So if I do make a mistake, I'll know right away why that mistake is there. And that's a lot of pores. We don't need too many. Like that. Yep. And then from there, we can also get rid of character. Character's no longer a thing. So we'll go back up here. We don't need the, get score, character, no longer needed. And we can go ahead and delete you, and move you, and move you, and move you. Yep. I think we're good to go. Utility emit. That will be a missed, so we'll copy you. And then we can go ahead and do not you anymore. Yep. Player scored emit. Yep. Okay. I think we're good to go. I think that works out as far as our mist is concerned and everything. And let's go ahead and refresh. Is there anyone else we're missing? Utility skip character. We need to do it here. So we need to do, hold on. Okay, we're good. Utility skip character needs to be removed there. And then we have also our character here. So our player score emit. That's good to go. And let's go ahead and refresh. Never mind. Close and then do Control-Shift-F again. Let's see, Control-Shift-F. Player scored, find. Yep, okay. We have a character here, it says, but I'm not seeing the player scored emit. Yeah, these guys aren't what they were. So it's a little bit confusing why it still says the characters themselves. But that's okay. That's fine. If we go back into our signal here, we have play sound. That's good to go. And then for our connect, we have, player scored. And that goes into our grade and utility, all of those things. But I think the refactoring is complete. Fingers crossed. We'll see. From here, let's make sure we go into our spellcasting screen. Restart spellcasting. All of you guys here. Yep. Update speech bubble. And that's when that guy is admitted. So update speech bubble. We just do that guy there. So let's see if this fixed our problem or if it made it worse. We shall see. I'll go back into here. Go back into no one spawns. We can go ahead and just... wrong buttons. Let me go there. And then let me make sure this is visible from here. So let me click you. And then click you. And then click OK. And then go back here. Levels. You. Teleport. EEL. 1. and let's see if how well it's working now. Sweet, sweet, or bitter, bitter cake. So, okay, interesting. So key all versus utility.currentSpell.all versus index. Okay. So print, and we're going to print the current spell all versus. Let's see what that does. I can go ahead and do this guy here, or we'll do this here. Let's see. Where are we struggling at, Godot? Well, why don't you let me know? Go ahead and meet you here, and there we go. So teleport. 1, back to you, and you. Okay. How about now? If we go into our output. So, is our current spell not a thing? Let's see. Print utility.currentSpell. Equal null. Equal null. There we go. Let's see if it says true or false. If I go ahead and click play again, what happens here? Let's see. Go ahead and meet you here. Yep. Bubbles, you, teleporte. 1 and ahem. Well. Welcome back, Sharky. Welcome. I hope you've been well. Welcome all the same. Let's see. Sweet memory cookie. Here we go. And now, it is null. Okay. So let's go ahead and do Control-Shift-F. Find all of you. Where do we set the utility.current spell at? Okay. So we never set the current spell. Is that what it's saying? Control-F? Control-Shift-F. And I love how you exaggerate the well every time you read it. I can't remember where I heard it from, but it's very fun, so I do it. Well. Utility.currentSpell. Fine. These are the only places we're using utility.currentSpell, but that doesn't make any sense because we have it right here. Current spell. Fine. Current spell. Yeah, we have all of these current spells, yet for some reason. Okay. We have utility current spell. In our spellcasting minigame, when we start the game up, let's see. We have this guy here. Its spell is none. Current null. Yep. I guess our current spell. I think this is fine. If current spell equals null or not in game, do all of these guys. Yep. If keys is empty and current spell points. Yep. Set icon to the current spell verse. Yep. Current spell equal you. No. Yep. And you're working on your Ghost Cafe. Which game thingy? Yep. Ghost Cafe. Which game thingy? That does sum it up quite well. Yep, we're working on the rhythm typing portion, and also if that's what you're working on, how well it goes. It goes quite well. If I do say so myself. We're currently fixing a bug. However, it's not the most painful bug. We already fixed one bug. We need to fix another bug, and then we can get into some of the pizzazz of the game. An Oogie Boogie song. That could be it. What is it? Nightmares Before Christmas is one of my favorite songs. Not favorite songs, but favorite movies. The music there is great. At least they capture Mr. Santa Claus. That's a good one. It's great. I can see it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where I was quoting it from. And we love our Oogie Boogie Woogies. Yeah, I can see it. Let's see. Current spell equals null, string utility. Yeah, okay. Current spell, utility.currentSpell. So in our scorekeeper, we go ahead anytime our current spell equals you. Yeah, okay. So I'm actually going to get rid of you. We use current spell in a lot of places, so I don't think we need to do anything with it. For example, our current spell, there's no current spell. We don't have that anymore. We're only going to use utility.currentSpell. I think that'll work. Utility.current_spell. There we go. And current spell equals null. We don't have a current spell anymore. And max points equal utility.currentSpell, current_spell.points. And let me just copy paste this to make this a little bit easier. Like that. And then in our mini game as well, we have current spell. Now, this could be runes. I'm also realizing I didn't save before doing the last fix, but it's okay. I remember how to fix it. And yes, I do also say it when I work. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Indeed. Right now, we're hunting down some areas that need to be refactored. So some of this stuff is old code, and because of that, it's not working. It's not working in the way it should. Right now, our current spell, we can't reference it because it's null. And it's null because we're not setting it. So I'm going around and trying to add it, and all I see is colorful words. Yeah. That's the best part about Godot. It's so colorful, isn't it? It's just, ooh, shiny. Let's see. I need to go into our minigame here, and we also need to get rid of the current spell. So right now, there's a lot of current spells for each of the different objects. So for our minigame, there's a current spell. for our scorekeeper, there's a current spell. So I'm getting rid of all the current spells so that there's only one current spell. And the piano music is strangely fitting for the funny wall of text. The stream, a good change overall. We think so. I'm glad to hear it. I do love me. That's the thing, or I guess I was a smidge worried about it, but this is what I usually listen to if I'm not streaming, or and if I'm working. But I know the at least I was hoping not to put people to sleep, because I know some people, they don't find classical quite upbeat. I feel like this is very focused and soothing, and I really enjoy it. So I'm really happy to see that it is enjoyed as well. I can share one of my my likes with all of you. If it does ever get boring, I do have backups. You know, we have some bossa nova, we have some let's see, we have some jazz, we have some lo-fi, but I'm a classical fan. And YT, what do you mean by YT? And it feels like it's just me, or is the YouTube channel that everyone else is cringing and the way typing? I don't know. What do you mean, Sharky? Could you elaborate a little bit? Well, if current spell is all this, we change this to utility current spell, and we change that to current spell, as this is where we're referencing our current spells. And, girl, huh? Did I read it wrong? I feel like it's just me on the YouTube chat, or that everyone else is cringing in the way I'm typing. Read it correctly? Did I do it that way? I feel like it's just me on the YouTube chat, or that everyone else is cringing of the way I'm typing. Okay. I get it. I told you. I am butchering half of the things I'm reading. I read it though. I get it. From what it seems like, a lot of people on YouTube are more lurkers, which is a-okay. I'm a lurker at heart. So I completely understand. Twitch seems to be more on the chatty side. YouTube seems to be more on the lurker side. And you just read it correctly that time, but the other times you said a jumbled words. Yeah. The thing is, my mind thinks it's going to be something else, and then it turns out not being that thing. So then it's a little bit confused. We don't need this guy here anymore. And current spell.print data, we'll just do this. Utility.current spell dot. And then from there, now we just need to set the current spell and unset the current spell. And the cringe is the eyes of the beholder. You do you. Yeah. I don't think anyone minds one bit. That's why I like streaming. I like the interaction. I think it's a lot of fun than just doing it on my own on the offside. And classical and jazz is my most effective study playlist. I don't understand it either. I have heard that before, at least when you're studying, it's good to play classical or jazz. I think scientifically, if there's stuff to back it up, I don't remember, so don't quote me, but I have heard that it does help you retain information more. And I think as well, since I'm trying to get better at piano, it's that thing of, oh yeah, I'm gonna listen to a lot of the things I want to do. It's like, if I want to make games, I'm gonna play a lot of games. If I want to make art, I'm gonna look at a lot of art, so I stay inspired. As I'd love to play classical music. I'd love to have some of the classics be able to be played out of my phalanges. Let's see. So once the minigame starts, that's here. Start spellcasting minigame. We go ahead and reset all those guys. We go ahead and set the current spell. So utility.current spell equals new spell. From there, we need to From there, we need to cancel the spell. So what we can do, I think, as far as the reset's concerned, possibly in our reset, we'll just also do it here. So reset, current spell equal to null. Let's set it here. I think that would be best. I was thinking we would set it at the game over screen, but I think this is fine since we are spellcasting minigames responsible for the spells. Having it set it and unset it, I think is the best. So, with all of those guys said, where are we at, Godot? Are you happy with me? No? I see. Okay, hold on. What did it say? I didn't read that. Let's see. Current spell, utility.current spell. Current, C-U-R... Ooh, Control F, Control R, CURENT_SPELL. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Did I find all of these guys? Control F, Control Shift F, Control replace. Yep, and that current spell needs to be replaced. That one, replace all. There we go. Reload from disk. Yep. And now saying all that, maybe that's why it didn't show it. I didn't spell it correctly. Let's see. Find all of these current spells. So a global scripts. Yep. Spell. We can omit current spell, all these guys, current spell, select menu, yep. So here is where we set the current spell, actually. Is that where we want it to set? In the, let's see, spell select menu, yeah. For our current spell, where are we at? For our current spell, yeah. And then for our current spell here, we don't need you anymore. We're going to get rid of you. And then if we go ahead and save you, where are we using it at? I don't even think we're using the current spell anywhere, which is interesting. Spell Spell randomizer, get random spell, and that is the spell we'll use. Okay. Actually, run current spell, stop spell, Okay, what we'll do actually is set it here. Utility dot, and then we'll go ahead and do current spell underscore spell, and we'll set it equal to here, this guy first. There we are, as this is our current spell. And then we'll do utility dot current underscore spell. There we go. So when we click the start button, that's when this starts, and then this game will start it with the spell we give it. And then in our minigame, we don't need that current spell, so we can go ahead and do, let's see, update song, spawn keys. Nope, it should be at the bottom somewhere here. On music play finished. Nope. Yep. Is it calibration? Enter calibration. We don't need any of you guys. You're not required at the moment. Let's see. When in doubt, just do Control F, enter, or Control F. URR. There we are. Current spell. No. Null. Yep. Here we are. New key set icon. Nope. Not you. New spell. There we are. There we go. Okay. Let's see if that works. Now let's click on play. And honestly, if I'm listening to something while I study, all I remember, honestly, if I listen to something while studying, all I will remember on the exam is a song, and I would be humming it on the paper, if that makes sense. Oh, it does. For me, at least, if I'm not hardcore doing something, maybe if I'm focusing, I try to do stuff with no lyrics. For me, at least, it feels like if I listen to classical, and it's not the really popular classical ones, I don't know what comes next. So it's easier for me not to hum to it compared to something if I played all of my favorite jams on Spotify. I know exactly what's coming next. I've memorized it to the point that I know what the next song is gonna be, unless I remix it up a bit. Keep me on my feet. This here though, I feel like it's not really hummable, but it is calming, and I think it definitely gets me in the focus mood. For me too, it's that thing of having the ambience in the background. So if I click this guy, doesn't it feel different? It feels a little quiet, but having that little crackling there, isn't that nice? Let me move this guy up here just so you can see what I'm saying. And actually, we'll move you here. It's the program I'm using at the moment. I've used this one for I think the last few weeks. It's called Mini Cozy Room Mini Cozy Room Lo-Fi. It's got a lot of different music you can play on it, but I'm talking about the ambience. For me, having a little bit of something in the background makes it nice and easy. I would like a little bit of chattering on here, but I have the turntable and you can add the fireplace and things like that, and I think it just adds a perfect environment to make you want to do studying and just focusing, as it's that kind of fun bit there. And you missed a D&D joke, did I, Zero? Which beholder eye? Is it the one that cancels the magic, the laser one? Which eye? They have a lot. My apologies, Zero, that is a good joke. I haven't fought, I have fought a beholder before in a D&D campaign. Which beholder? I think it was the one with the laser eye. I don't remember there being many of them. And for me, new music is too distracting. I'm just getting invested in that. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one before. Interesting. Yeah, I can see it though. Yeah, you're like, ooh, this is a pretty nice part. For me, it's that thing of, ooh, it's about to be my favorite part. Let me stop what I'm doing so I can focus on the music. This here is more of a thing of, I can feel the weaves through me. I do know this part though. I have heard it multiple times by now, but I do like it. It's nice. So let's see. Cookie, sweet, bitter, and generate. Start spellcasting minigame. We're just gonna go ahead and do you here. Spellcasting minigame. This should be on our generate button. Start spellcasting minigame. Hold on. How are you 0? In our utility.current spell, in our spell select menu, we set our guy here. We set it utility.current spell. Let me go ahead and print print current spell, current underscore spell, and let's have that print and see what we get. And let the muses take you. Yeah, it is fun. Utility dot. Just listening and closing your eyes. Apparently, that is a thing of just learning to understand the feels of classical. It's not just background music. It can be a lot of things. Let me go ahead and teleport back to here. PL1. Back down here, and let's see. Bitter, cookie, cake. Okay, so it does print this guy. However, for some reason, when we get here, our utility current spell is null. Let me go ahead and do Control F. And where are we doing it? If it's null or not in game, all of these guys here, past notes, on reset. Yeah, that makes sense. We're not resetting though, or we shouldn't be resetting before we start the game. Oh, we are. Okay, hold on. There we go. Try that, because we do the reset first. Makes sense. Okay. Let's see. Does this work now? Let me go ahead and turn the music down. And especially because I'm going for more of a fancy place, I feel like that's half of the classical feel is the fanciness. So hopefully I can understand the language of the classical music in order to make my music, at least when it comes to certain genres or certain ones, classy. And how interesting, I focus more when favorite parts of my song come up. Maybe it's because I need to focus or I'll be too distracted by the music. Huh, that is really interesting, Check. I feel like we're opposites in that aspect. And oh, okay, it's space. Interesting. So get score. Key listener get score. Expected 1 argument. Oh, there you are. Closest key gets score. You there? And key listener gets score. So let's go to our key listener here. Key listener, and our get score. That would be this guy. We only need 1. Okay, good. Never mind then. Get score should be fine now. And where are we at with our error? Our key listener get score? Yep. Okay. Try again, Godot. See how you're liking it now. Let's go ahead and... Oh, that didn't sound good. Let's see. Let me go ahead and mute. A lot of music going on. Mute you. Let's give the game a try. See how we're doing. This guy here. And teleport to this guy here. Okay. And sweet, and cookie. Alright. N, E, 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 R, T, H, E, L, E, S, S, space, L, space, is that an R? I, S, we might need to change the font. D space, T, H, E space, S, H, A, oh, the B space, T, E, M, P, P, A. Okay. T, I, O, N. Out of bounds. Update speech bubble. Okay. For this guy here, it's going to be the last one. Yeah. So, if it is less than or greater than. So, if index is equal to no, not equal. It would be like a, I can never get these right with the sizing. If it's greater than or if it's less than, right? And then it would be utility.currentSpell, the all versus dot size, I think, right? Dot size. And then we can go ahead and do this. And then return like that. If it's greater than or equal to, like that. Let's try that. With all of these guys here, then we don't need to do it. And cannot remember the size. Why are you angry? In base string. Length. It's length. Length. Yeah, okay. Let's give it another go. Let's see how we're doing. I go ahead and click play here. Teleport 1 and go back down. Note none. Sweet, bitter, all of you guys. Alright. A, N, D, space, W, H, A, E, space, I, S, space, D, O, O, D, space, A, N, D, space, T, H, E, space, M, O, M, E, N, space, M, D, V, E, R, R, T, H, E, L, E, S, S, space, E, A, N, D, E, R, S, N, A, E, C, H, exclamation. Okay, and for this guy here, because we're setting the grade, so we do have to set the guy here. Okay, interesting. There's a few things we have to fix, but aside from that, it seems to be working. And I won't be listening and I would be listening and singing along with the bigger part. Yeah, that's what I mean. I couldn't do it in time. And like I told you all the time ago, it's gonna keep being angry with you until you give it chips. They will not get chips. We've been over this 0. No chips for them. I wrote it down and I remembered, and no chips, none. They don't deserve chips. They deserve tasty things, not that aren't chips. Anything but chips, disgusting. Let's see. Max points. So the issue is when we do set grade here, we need to do some sort of set grade and then reset. Okay, so on set grade, when we're checking for our spell guy here, so let's see. Where you're getting angry here. Our utility.current spell points is the guy. So when we set grade, what we can do is back here, this guy here, we can maybe just send out a signal. So grade equals utility set grade on casting finish. So we'll just get our grade sent to us. I think that'll work. And what chips? You need to sacrifice children and somebody's little sister for Godot to obey. No sacrifices have to be made. You know, as an Eldritch Being myself, I think it's way too overrated about the, living sacrifices. Why not just go for a nice cup of coffee? I'll take that way over, the third born child. Way easier too. And gasp, why are you so hateful? Why do you hate chips so much? What do they do to you? Just very quickly, 0. As I said, I wrote it down somewhere here. Where are we at? It's here somewhere. I remember it quite fondly. There we go. There we go. Note to self: never chips. Very bad. No good. I will stand by the previous me words. Let's go back into Godot. And let me get some coffee. I think this might have to be one of my favorite songs. It's just nice. It is lovely, I'd say. Okay, so let's see. Max points, yeah. So on our set grade, and nice to know you remembered our interaction fondly. I wrote it down in the books. For our, let's see, our max points is going to be a float, it seems like. Or it's spell points. Yeah, I think points is, if we go back to spell, so let's see, spell GD, right up there. Points is an int. Okay. In that case, we can just get the int. So it'll be it'll be set grade, and then we're going to do spell underscore points. POINTS, and it's going to be an int. And then instead of here, these spell points, since we don't need to use those, we can just use this here, spell points. And then from there, if you go back up here, for our set grade, we're going to do that there, and then we're also going to add you there. So spell points, you go there, and on casting finished. So we're gonna need possibly another guy here instead of our on casting finished. If we go back up here, as this is the guy that gets completed, if we go so many places, casting finished, can do utility and Control F or Control Shift F to find everything on the board. And I need those songs. Check. Hold on. Audio, this guy here. I think if I just slide this over, you should be able to get a look at all of them. If I click this guy, possibly? Yeah, okay, there you go. For this playlist, this guy right here that I'm on, these are all of the songs on here. And I just favorited this one, as I do like this one. So if you need to like flip it or screenshot it, there you go. These are all the ones that you can hear at the moment. But like I said, I think this one might have to be my favorite. I even favorited it, as I think it's lovely. Let me go ahead and move you back here and move you down there. And I just have to imagine you're taking notes like that physically and just being like, let's look into the notes. To then just proceed to take out a giant piece of paper that you keep unfolding like 200 times. To then point at the exact spot being like, here are my words. The paper's gotten so wrinkly, it's hard to read the words themselves. Pointing the exact note, oh yeah. I had a journal once, a few times. They didn't work quite well, but they were a thing. And I'll need to console the VOD. Are those all online? I believe so, possibly. I would hope so at least. I assume these are all royalty free, or at least I can say it's a game software, so I assume they're royalty free. But I would assume as much that they're songs you can use. And oh, hold on, let me clear my throat. We're good. So let's see. Casting finished emit, and we also connected here. So on casting finish, show game over screen. Yeah, that's our connect, and our game over screen is the update speech bubble. Yeah, on game finish, show game over screen. So what we'll do instead of casting finished is instead do something to the extent of, we go back to on casting finish here for our scorekeeper. Yeah, on casting finish. Let me scroll back down here. Let's see, scorekeeper. We connected to on casting finish here. On casting finish, spell points, all of you guys here, you, yep. Let's scroll down here. We can go ahead and close spell, notes. You don't need key listener anymore, that guy's not important. Key, you're also not very important. Spell select menu, I think we're okay for you. Spellcasting minigame, I also think you'll be fine. I think you'll be okay. If you believe hard enough, I can see it. You can guess much. And I did read that, good. Okay, delete key, spellcasting minigame. I'm gonna make you a little bit smaller to make you easier to read. But our scorekeeper, what we're looking for is the end screen, I believe. If we go back into scorekeeper, yep. On casting entered, we're looking for on casting finished. This guy here.
Vanapixel is now following.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Welcome to hunting down bugs, as they we don't like them. They're terrible things, but they are intriguing. I can't say that. Let's see. On casting finished, spell points int. Yep. Current grade, and then set the spell casting. Okay. So this is the signal we're looking for. And if we go back up here, it is utility.castingFinish. This is the signal we emit. If I go ahead and find this guy here, it gets emitted in 2 places. In our minigame and in our, nope, only in our minigame. So instead of this, we'll go ahead and get score or set score. How about that? Set score. I think that works out a little bit better. Utility.get set score. And then on our casting finish emit, when we actually emit it, so go back up here, and in our input casting finish emit, if it skips spell, all of those things there, we can go ahead and do casting finish emit, all of you guys here. We'll go ahead and first do utility.setScore.emit, and then we'll do utility. This is the cheat button I can use if I want to go fast forwarding. And Eris would be the folk to aggressively swipe everything from a busy desk to place on it a giant scroll full of notes with crayons. I'll have you know, I am out of my crayon phase, alright? I used to get so excited about the really big boxes that had the little sharpener in the background. But I have moved on. Copic markers are too expensive, so I instead choose to go with dry erase boards. Those are very handy. And when I don't have a dry erase board, I use something like Concept, since I can use all the colors without worrying about losing the colors. You know, we've evolved since then. No longer crayons. Only dry erase markers now. Let's see, utility.current spell, current_spell, dot points. There we go, dot points, like this. And we'll emit that if it's that guy there. And let's see, set score, casting finish. There's 2 places we emit it, and on endgame, print message, and then casting finished emit. Yep, on endgame. Okay, go casting mini game. What we'll do then is on our endgame here, how can we do this? Scorekeeper, game ended, all of you guys. Our scorekeeper, when the game is finished, so on casting finish, you can see here, right? Our print grades are grades spell points, and on our spell points, yeah. Okay, so actually, what we have to do is, let's see. Never mind, I forgot. Let's see, spellcasting minigame, that is the guy. I was thinking it was the end screen that we had to take into account here. So if we go to minigame over, this guy here, it was something to do with this here, or our, yeah, activate game over, our minigame over. And here, our game over, activate game over. We take the dish grade, we take all of those guys. But markers don't taste as good. They smell great though, I'll give them that. They do smell good. I've never eaten crayons, alright? But I also don't go around huffing huffing markers. They're not good for your health, or so I've heard. The scented ones are nice though. I can't give them that. Those are the ones that are meant to be smelled, at least. Let's see. Utility, grade, all of these guys. I think that's good to go. Scorekeeper, spellcasting minigame. Okay, you know what? Let's just click play, see what happens. Our spellcasting casting finished. I know it has something to do with these points here, but I can't quite recall. And our set grades spell points on casting finished. This guy here is emitted for our on casting finished, and it's in our scorekeeper. So that means in our spellcasting minigame is where it's being emitted. So if we do Control F or Control Shift F. On our emitting, or on casting finished, hold on, utility dot on casting finished, score, yep, spellcasting minigame, casting finished. Here we are, this guy here. Yeah, okay, not casting finished quite. What we need to do is do set_score, and then we need to do utility dot, actually move you up here instead, because we're gonna reset, and that current spell guy is going to get redone. Utility dot and then current spell _spell, and then we do dot points like that, and then our set score dot emit. And then we go back into here, go back into utility, change the guy, and what is the game about anyways? It is a rhythm typing cafe game. So the idea is that I'm combining cafe simulators. Like if you've played Penguin Diner before, that was a really big inspiration, or like your Pop-Ups game. So it's a cafe in the sense of serving your customers, and to serve them, you have to create the food. You create the food by playing this mini game. That's what we're working on right now. You have to type out what you see on screen to the beat. That's the hope of the game, is that there's a poem you have to type out, and once that poem is typed out, depending on your score, you'll get a food dish that you can serve to the customers. So it's back and forth between getting customers' orders and typing to the beat. Let's see, our current spell here. Yep. Let's go ahead and thank you, by the way, Lusk. Let's see. So entity, ghost, customers. Nope, we don't need any of those. We need this. Signal, and then we need set score. You guys here. Like that. And instead we're going to do points points, and we set it to int equal to u. Yep. And then spellcasting screen. Okay, so I think we're good to go. As now, we will do set score emit. We'll set the current points, and then we'll reset it. And then back in our scorekeeper, I don't think we need, set score and on casting finished. And then from here, we need the points. We'll do all the point things, and I think we'll be good to go. And did anyone play the old Mavis Beacon typing games? Haven't heard of that one before. And bad for you? Ain't that the whole point? Like fast food, but you can eat it at school? I knew quite a few. Well, that's the thing. I feel like if you're doing that, I'd say you're quite the delinquent. And I didn't like the delinquent kind. The ones that would carve into. Okay, hold on. I did do that. The ones that would carve into the erasers, very delinquent. All right, that's no go around here. But the ones that carved into their pencils, those were the cool kids. I'm not saying that for any specific reason. I just think they're cool. Let's click here. Let me lower this down a little bit. And levels, you here, teleport, and do that. Move you down, and okay, so bitter, and then cookie. And I remember when I was a kid, there was a set of permanent markers that were released with sets. Cherry, chocolate was so nice. Grape, etc. It was extremely popular, but one big problem, they were permanent markers. That's the best type of markers to me, or at least the washable ones were pretty nice. L, I, K, E, space, E, W, O, space, E, E, C, R, E, P, I, T space, F, I, R, E, M, E, and comma space, F, I, R, E, M, E, space, U, N, W, O, R, O, T, H, Y, comma. Did you see that? The T is off a little bit. O, C, K, S, period. So, it seems to be a little bit better. Ads are about to run in a second, so I'll have them do their thing while we're waiting it down. Let me go ahead and set the music back down. Also, the game ended, but it didn't do the thingamajiggy. Oh no, I don't like that. Something's off with that. We'll figure it out when the ad is up. As something's off, or actually on spellcasting finished. Okay, hold on. Maybe what we do, just as I'm thinking, right? All of these guys. On spellcasting finished, and then we have on, my work I did before. Something's off. Set score, and then we have on casting finished. So let me maybe try to do this here. On casting finished, we do set score, maybe then on casting finished. Set score, and then reset, and oh, that's why. Never mind, we're good. I know why it's angry. We don't need to do that. We're good. It needs to be reset and then on casting finished. Utility dot. We deleted one of them. On underscore casting or casting finished. Casting finished. Casting finished. Blah blah blah. Casting. Yep. There. Dot emit. There. Okay. That's what I was trying to do. And erases with carvings erase things better? I don't make the science. You make the lies is what you do. It felt like such a waste of eraser because that's the whole point of the eraser is to erase. Now, the pencil on the other hand, I feel like it was quite a great test of skill in order to carve out things into it. I feel like it was a much cooler thing than erasers. No one bit. Let me get some coffee. And that explains so much. Smelling permanent markers can cause brain damage. Yeah, that's exactly what they're not good for your health. They are good for your nose, not for your health. At least, smelling permanent markers, even if they're scented. Okay, that makes more sense here. I had to read it a second time. And Friday Night Funkin' but Cafe, oh nice. Yeah, you can think of it kind of sort of like that, yeah. Kind of your DDR games where you have to press the buttons in order to do the little mini game. I didn't own any, guess again. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's Friday Night Funkin', but instead of arrows, you have to type letters. That's a great way to think about it. Lots of mini games. Let me go ahead and get some coffee. Tasty. However, it's weird. The music feels very quiet for some reason. It got quiet all of a sudden. Weird. Okay, that's okay. I'll just get a little louder. Easy peasy. Like that. That should be easier to hear now. Yeah, let's do that just a smidge up there. Want it in the background, but don't want it over impeding on the vocal range. As about the end though, so I'm actually, you know what? More coffee. Tasty delicious. Really is tasty. No, well, I do like to have my coffee, and I like to spend time brewing it. In a pinch, your coffee makers or instant coffee are just as tasty as trying to make sure the degrees is correct and that you use freshly done beans. They're both really good, and they're great for both situations. I don't feel like there's much of a difference, which is nice. Easy peasy. Go ahead and save this guy here, and then from there, let's you can go just maybe there. Okay, so on casting finished. Let's try the mini game again. Also, I'm wondering about why the tea guy was a little funny. Or the tea at least. The tea was sent before anything happened, and I'm wondering how or why that happened, but let's see if it happens again. There's another mini bug we're seeing, but let's see. Let's give it a second to think about what it's doing. So I'll go ahead and I can mute the music we're just messing with. Welcome back from the ads. Let's go ahead and click levels. You here, teleport, 1, you, and let us see what is going on. T, H, E, Y, space, W, E, R, E, space, S, O, space, H, A, N, D, S, O, M, E, space, F, O, R, space, T, H, E, space. There's a T, space, T, I, M, E, comma, space, S, O, D, K, S, period. Okay, let's see. So, the word or name of the game in this case was, we go back up. Let me unhide you. That way it makes it a little bit easier to see. And let me make you a little bit bigger. So I'll make you small, big, and move you over here. Let's see. They were so handsome for the first time. Fox. Okay, it seems to be working. Okay, carving into erasers was a blasphemy. The pink ones were perfect for carving, though. They weren't. They're losers. You're imagining things, Chuck. You're imagining things. The pink ones, I never heard of carving into pencils. I had a mechanical one. That's why. Since like 7th grade and before, I had a potato brain, or maybe it is a globe-wide tradition. I had, towards the later years of my education, mechanical pencils. Those were lovely. But when I had the high grade ones, or not the high grade, the what is it, 2B, I think? Those guys, those were fun to carve into. They were fun to see if you could do some fun designs into them. Let me go ahead and hide that there. So it seems to be working. The words are completely coming up, right? So they were so handsome for the first time. Now there was a bug, or there seemed to be some sort of bug. So I'm gonna pay a little bit more attention to what we're typing. See if I can pick up what I saw earlier. Maybe it was just a fluke. Fingers crossed it was just a fluke. One can hope, can't they? Let's see. H sends, E sends, I don't type anything, that sends B, Y, space, T, H, don't type anything, space, T, U, M, T, U, M, comma space, A, N, D space, or S, T. I'm gonna type all the words in, S space, T, H, O, U, G, H, T, comma. Okay. I think it's working. I feel like this bug is gonna come and bite me in the butt later. However, I don't see it. It might take some more methodical testing over and over for one of them, and I might just have to go back into stream to see if I can spot it on YouTube. But I was typing, and the note showed up in the top in the speech bubble before I even typed it. But it didn't happen again. We'll do it one more time, see if we can figure it out. But if not, we'll just have to continue until it pops up again. E, H, E, Y, space, W, E, R, E, space, S, O, space, H, A, N, D, S, O, M, E, space, F, O, R, space, T, H, E, space, F, I, R, S, E, space, T, I, M, E. So far, so good. Comma, space, S, O, T, K, S. The font's also gonna have to be changed. I feel like the commas and the periods are a little bit tricky to tell, as well as the I's and L's, but it seems to be functional now. And well, every time I hold a normal pencil in my hand, my primary instinct is to break them in half. You gotta have a delicate touch, check, though I do understand. It's why I don't try it. Well, I try my best not to physically write it anymore. I have a grip on my pencils when I hold them, and I used to get these terrible, I don't even know what you would call them on your hands, but it wasn't good for my hand health to grip onto my pencils so hard and so tight. And I am happy now we're in the digital age where I can type out any notes that I need, or if case need be, I can use digital writing. It feels better and it feels easier not to hold on to things as tightly, as after a while of taking notes from school, my hands would start to hurt, and that made it not so fun to take notes, as I do like taking notes. I was that person that had the highlighters, the underlines, I had the right pen colors and everything, and oh boy, note taking. It has served me quite well, but this seems to be working now. So, if we can possibly see where we got that node guy at, I want to clean this guy up a little bit, and then we can go ahead and all the falses too. I don't know where the false came from. False. Yeah, okay. There's something here is printing out true and falses, but I don't know if we're going to be able to find it. What we can do is do Control-Shift-F, or Control-Shift-F, print, and then just do this here and find. Okay, as you can see, 77. I'm hoping we can get through a few of these, right? A sprite wizard, nope. Export plugin, nope. Wizard import, nope. Not you. These are all the plugins I have, so we don't even need to look at these guys, thankfully, which should get rid of a lot of them. I've moved over to using a different way to show off the prints. I'm hoping it'll be a little bit easier. You can see print, that's a hashtag. Okay, we don't need you. You're all hashtags. This is target manager. That guy is not needed. We have our customer manager. That's also not needed. Our cookbook, nope, not needed. Our book position, all of these guys are commented out. We have flavor combo, that's order, yep, not needed. We have loading, and
Dream Studio is now following.
Studio, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Welcome to figuring out where I put that print line at in my code. And I have so many lines, I'm completely lost. Completely and utterly and entirely.
Emily Witcher is now following.
Hi, Emily Witcher. Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow as well. Thank you to the both of ya. Let's see. And now you can damage your wrist with the computer mouse? No, I have wrist braces whenever I do physical work with my hands. And hi everyone, greetings from Poland. And how are you today? Oh, I don't think anyone's showed up on stream from Poland before. We've had multiple places. Oh, no. Poland has been before, I believe. I think you might be like the second Poland person, but welcome, and it's going great. I've been working on this game since last August, and it's been a ride. What's the word I'm looking for? It's been a ride. The last few months, I got a few hiccups that I couldn't work on the game, or I was having problems with figuring out a way to solve a solution. However, since last week, I figured it out thanks to another developer on Twitch helping me out, and now we're back on the rodeo, and I'm hoping to get a good state or a published state on itch by next August, so about in a month and so is the hope. So overall, we're going great. And fourth, for what I know, fifth, if you count Conrad. I don't know why I didn't think it was Polish. Never mind then. Apparently there's so many of them. I take it back. Thank you, Jack. What's the sad face for? What's that for? And I'm more sick today than a dude. Perfect trick shot. I think I get that. I do hope you feel better though, Soul Slow King. I truly do. What's the sad for? And while I'm thinking about writing implements, when I was a kid, I owned a teal marker. Seems weird now, but back then it was pretty rare. Rare. Everyone else really wanted it. I traded it for Majora's Mask. Sounds like a great trade, Zero. Let's see, kitchen. All of these prints are grabbed out. We have print flavor. We're not, actually, is this what we're looking for? No, this is all the printing. That's that there. For our spell manager, there we are. Print data. Nope, that's not it. Never mind. What about this? Print calibration samples. Handle calibration input. We don't need you anymore for our calibration samples. We can go ahead and get rid of that. We can get rid of this guy as well. That is old code. We can go ahead and print out, let's see, deleting key characters. Delete key. Yup. I think we're good to go. That can get removed. A lot of these things can't. Can't. This is perfect. All of these guys here. For right now, they're not really needed anymore since we know what they think is on screen. So I'll go ahead and just also get rid of these prints, and they are also clogging up the console system. Like that, and like that, and yep, okay. Saying that, what else do we have? We have print sum, print average, and this goes after calibrating user input. And wait, is cookbook no more? Ripped to the greatest holy text? Cookbook is still gonna be a thing. The cookbook's just not going to be for spellcasting. The hope is that, and I can show you in one second check, if I go ahead and do you, trying to get rid of all of these prints to make sure we don't need them anymore. This is scorekeeper. If I scroll back down here, let's see, print all of you. If accuracy is great, accuracy total points. We'll go ahead and do you guys here, since we don't need to print you anymore, and all that. And then from here, print none selected. That's still pretty good. Actually, we'll set this to utility, change up the colors a little bit. So we'll see about here, and we'll do, utility dot print PR print and then debug message. We'll set that to none selected, and then we'll set the color to red. For me, I think I set it to error, so utility dot and then color debug color dot error. So that it shows us that we didn't select a selection. And then utility current spell. I think this is the guy that I was looking at in terms of what the current spell is. We can go ahead and remove you, and then print current spell equal null. That was the true and false. Got ya. Okay, you can remove you. I think that's all of the prints done, which means, as far as I know, I think that's it for the bugs. Just lovely to hear. So I'll go ahead and go back to Obsidian. I'll go ahead and save. Oh, Obsidian, where'd you go? There you are. It's back. I'll go ahead and say bugs fixed in our VS Code here. If I can go ahead and do that. So bugs fixed, and we have 3:13, so what, 2 hours left. I think we're making great time. Let me go ahead and click you, and then go ahead and make sure that you are committed, and sync your changes. Yep, I think that's a-okay to go. And then from there, and I've been watching a lot of streamers who are making games in Godot. I'm just a small front-end developer who doesn't even know where to start, especially with how little free time I have, but I'd love to try catching some lovely games for myself, or try creating. I can do them. Try creating some lovely games for myself, or maybe even for my future kids. Oh, that's sweet. Fingers crossed that you keep developing the game and that everything turns out great. Thank you. And I really do hope you get some time to do some games. I can definitely say making small games is helpful. I thought this game was going to be a small game. I've only made one game before, and that one game I made was in 24 hours. Actually, I can click that button. I can show ya. If I go to my itch page, this game I made in 24 hours. That was the first ever game. I made this game to say, I made a game. And from there, I decided I want to make another small game. Turns out rhythm games aren't as small as you think. And this is a very dramatic song, isn't it? Hold on, I think it's too dramatic. We'll go to this one. And making small games, I think, definitely helps, especially when you can't do big stuff. And I do really hope that you are able to, I hope you're able to get that dream of yours, as for me at least, I want to make a lot of games, but making games takes time. They can take years, ages, and let's see, little detour of a small game that cost her 2 years. It's not a detour, it's a destination. It hasn't been 2 years, and I won't even say yet, but it hasn't been 2 years. It's almost been a year. That's some time. I was expecting to do this in a few months. It's been well over a few months. I can't say that at the very least. And the kid said he hated the game because he couldn't understand what to do next, and the moon kept crashing. Understandable for a kid. Majora's Mask has a lot of confusing elements, but still my fave. I've heard it before, never played it. I do want to get around to playing more of the classic games though, but I'm glad you were able to get the game at least, Zero. So if we go back into our to-do list here, and this is another dramatic song. Okay, well, we'll do this one. Right, so our bugs done and dusted. Next up, we have the tongue-tied meter, better tutorial implementation, remove ghosts from current version, and song progress bar. I think we should work on the gameplay guys next, and then we can work on some other stuff. I'll put these guys down here since these are more so to do with, let's see, your 4 hashtags, so I'll say, small stuff, like that. And I'll make you actually 6, 7, nope, you can only go up to 6. I see, yeah, something like that. And maybe the real Necrotype were the friends we made along the way. Due to the power of friendship, we can do anything we put our hearts to. I mean, this has been fun. It's been a thing of just learning, and that's what I wanted this project to be. Not more so, I didn't want it to be my magnum opus. I just wanted it to be something fun, something small. But again, it is, despite the small size, it's turning out to be a lot more difficult than I first assumed because it's a rhythm game. That genre itself is something. And detour or deterrent? Detour, I believe. Detour is when you go somewhere else for a little bit, and deterrent is something that puts you off of wanting to do the thing and still have it. I think both can work. Let's see. this guy here is a big update. We can ignore that guy for now. Oh, that's what I was going to show you, check. If we go into here, into our, back to Godot for just a quick second, let me go ahead and mute the music. And if I go into levels, what I wanted the book to be was an in-game way to see your progress and what you're doing. Right now, this feels right. I think having the customers show up, so if I just spawn a customer, I should be able to do this. Having a customer come into here and, oh, looks like we found a bug. I'll add it to the list, apparently. Hold on, hold your horses. Yep, gameplay, bugs, customers not working again. Great bug. Customers, not working again. Weird. Okay, let's say okay. Huh, okay. Spawn. Try just one more spawn. In queue. Walking. So you sometimes work. Okay, alright. You know what? I will not question it. We keep going. I was saying this is where you can see the customer's order status. I want to keep this in the book. I also want to keep the atlas in the book. I also think maybe having an options menu in the book could be handy instead of pressing escape, but I can see escape also being fine to do. And that was in the sweet butter cookies. So many. Tons to go around. And then in the cafe portion, the idea is that this guy here is going to be no more. There's going to be there's going to be bookshelves here or cabinets where you'll be able to get the flavors in the book item, or not the book item, but the what is it? The product. So like cookies or cake. You'll put it on the table here and then you'll start it. So no longer will you have this menu, as I think this is a little bit, the hope is to have, you won't have to use the mouse. I want you to use everything keyboard since it's a typing game. So the hope is that that's one of the updates will be no more spellcasting this guy here. And then another guy was having the spellcasting menu, this guy. So I do like this a lot more. Now we can see it, it's a lot bigger. And then when you close it, when you exit it, back to here. Let's the two update guys. Let me go ahead and end you back to here. Let's go back to Obsidian. Aside from customers not working sometimes, they stand in place, P-L-A-C. They stand in place a few portions. They stand in place a few, P-O-R-T-I-O-N-S, a few portions. And somehow I understand what I'm seeing. It's great that the thing is getting scraped, or the new system sounds chaotic, but interesting in a good way. I see. I'm glad. I really am. You can see, that's the bookshelf idea up here. I've always wanted to do the bookshelf idea, but I wanted to make sure the game worked at least. That was the whole point, is that we don't want to go out of scope. We want to keep the scope small, but fun. And now, since more of the game is working, we can make it a little bit more fun, more on the other sides. Let's see, bugs, I'll have to come back to the customer bit here. But what I really wanted to see about was the adding the meter, this tongue-tied meter, and the song progression bar. I think starting off with the song progression bar might be the easiest to do. This will just show us how far along we are in making the food. And then this guy here will be responsible for, if the meter fills up, the game is over. You have failed your spell, it fizzles out, kind of like with the Wizard 101 spells fizzling. If we go back into concepts, you can kind of see what I mean. The hope is to have something that works, not something that's pretty. In the end, I want to have nice graphics, but for now, it's something. You can see here, the idea is that the food of your choice will be here, and then the progress bar will be this circle feel, and not a single coffee. Coffee will be added, I can assure you. Coffee's gonna get on there. I'd love to have like a spicy, bitter coffee. I wonder what that would taste like. It would be interesting. Speaking of coffee, let me get some. The bookshelf reminds me of OG cafe decor. Can't wait to see the new rendition. I'm really happy. I'm really excited. Now, granted, it's going to look like the trash can for the current moment, but eventually it'll have nice graphics to it. So you can go up to the bookshelf, select things of that nature. But that's gonna take a second to implement. So that's more of a last sort of thing, I think. Now, this was the tongue-tied meter I was talking about. If you fill this up, like in Beat Saber, it's your health bar. If your health bar fills up, I guess that's less intuitive, right? If your health bar fills up, the game's over. Instead, like with Beat Saber, if it goes all the way down, the game is over. For mine, if it fills up. So you don't want it to fill up. And the more you do, the more chances you are forgiven. But if it fills up, you're too tongue-tied to continue trying to cast the spell. I think it's fine. That's why I want to hold off on the tongue-tied. Specifically because figuring out the forgiveness meter when you're forgiven again between being tongue-tied and not tongue-tied, I feel like that might be something to do with points we can work on. Like maybe if you get a certain amount in a row, like a streak of failures, that's how tongue-tied can work. But for now, we're just working on the progress bar. And I want it to be some sort of circle with the food delish delight in the center. And then once this guy fills up, that's how you know that the game is complete. That guy right there. And I believe I have this somewhere on here in this great big board. It should be, yeah, you can see. The hope is to have some sort of dish. This is the design we ended up going with. And a pumpkin spice minus sugar. But what's the point of it then if it's not pumpkin spice with sugar? That sounds delicious until it doesn't sound delicious at all. That sounds terrible. Blah! Let's see. Fill up meter. Now I do have some meters already. I'd like to have some sort of summoning circle like this. I think you were the one that noted pentagram 0? Yeah, like pentagram, but fills up from the bottom, getting brighter. I want it to be clear. Brightness could certainly be a way to show clarity, but I don't know quite. And hi, Dark. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I hear there's a purple eldritch princess here. It scares me when she does the elevator thing. She's terrifying. Whatever could you mean, Dark? I'm the least scariest thing out there. If I wanted to be scary, you would know scary. You would feel it in the deepest depths of your heart. But I've never tried to be scary. I don't need to be spooky. I just need to be effective. That's all I gotta be. Let's see. And hi, chat. Hey, Airs. Hi, Dark. Welcome. I hope you've had a lovely day, or evening, or something. And hi as well, Pigeon Gaming. Welcome back to you as well. Welcome. Hello, me back. Welcome back. So let's see. Bar meter, fill up. Yep. I'm just wondering how this can be implemented. I like the idea if it's circling around and the food burning, exploding, etc. If you get tongue-tied would be nice to see. Yeah, it's things like that. That's what would you call it? Flavor, spice in your game. The things that don't have to be, but they add charm to the game. And I'd love to have charm. Things like having the customers, depending on what school of wizard they are, they have different walk cycles. For example, those pyromancers, maybe they're hot-headed. So when they get angry, you see fumes and smoke come out of their head. Maybe the necromancers, maybe there's like a chill-up effect or something. I feel like that could be really fun. Right now, it's about functionality. But oh boy, there's so many cute little ideas you could do with fun parts of it. If we scroll back up here, progress bar. Now, I like the idea of it getting brighter. However, we're also looking for clarity. So, how can we do this? Let's go to Godot first, see what we have to work with, and then we can kind of see. If we go ahead and to programming, back here, save. Now that we have things working to some point, I don't know why the customers are not doing their thing, but they're something. And hi, Fizzy the Visionary. welcome to stream and 030. What does that mean? And what did I miss since last time? You just missed lots of bug fixing. Not much at all, Pigeon. We just finished bug fixing, so we're about to add another bit. And if it fills up, not only do you fail, it summons an extra ghost. Ooh, that's an interesting idea, Zero. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. For example, I feel like it could be abused. Like, maybe you're just trying to summon a lot of ghosts, because the hope is that in the game, when you defeat a ghost, you get points to do rewards. Is the hope. Again, might be... Ooh. I don't know what that sound was. Hold on, give me 1 second. Your high energy caught my attention. I think we're good. I think the sound's okay. I think we're okay, but hi, welcome. And it's the subtle little details that make up the soul of the game. Yeah, for example, you can let the player hook in their local weather, hook in their local weather, so that if it rains in the area, a local elderly neighbor shimmies a window to take a shelter and asks you questions you have no hope of answering as you play. That's sweet. That is adorable. And welcome, by the way, Meowlitery, maybe? Welcome back. I tried. You can tell me how close I got, but I try to keep the energy high as I'm always having fun with this. So let's see. Okay, did read that. Good. Okay. So, we were supposed to be checking out the progress bars. Back in our spellcasting minigame. Nope, we don't need you. We need our screen. 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 And then if we go to our spellcasting screen, this guy here. This is the guy currently. So, I'll go ahead and hide you since you're not needed at the moment. Everything gets hidden depending on where we're at. And the food growing uncanny legs like a little character, like the checker guy from Deltarune walking away when it's tongue-tied. Oh, that'd be adorable. I would like that a lot. And is it like military? I can see it. I can see it being, yeah. And I get to read that. Good. Okay. So, progress bar, Progress. Progress bar. There's two different types of progress bars. There's a texture progress bar, which works like a progress bar, but uses up to 3 textures instead of Godot's theme. Okay. So there's this guy here. Let's just go down here. Okay. And then textures for under over progress bar. Might be something we have to do, or I might have to figure out watching tutorials, things of that nature. And okay, I did do that. My name is actually fake. Pause for effect. So you can say it most ways you wish, but yeah, the loading screen I copied originally said military is coming. Ah, so military is coming. That's cute. That is adorably sweet. I say. I think for now, until I figure out how texture bars work, possibly this won't work. We have progress bar here. Now there is, I think, layout, localization, tooltips. I remember there being a way to do like a circle thing, possibly. Let me see if I can Google it. If we go into this guy here and do Godot, Godot, circle progress bar. Something like this. How to do circle progress bar. Creating circular gauges. The thing is, I also want there to be, I guess the circle is fine, doing it a certain way. Let's see. Every time, oh, actually, you know what? I remember why I feel like I've done a progress bar before. If we go into the cafe, you can see very clearly, the clock. Cafe, where's our cafe at? Cafe, scene. The clock on the wall, that's a timer. Maybe we can just, I don't know, maybe if we just, yep, and we're just gonna, oh look, it's a progress bar. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We'll just, yeah, there we go. Lovely. Close you out. And there we go. Progress bar. Progress bar. Progress bar. There we go. I'm glad I've done that work before. We can go ahead and hopefully scale this up, transform, and do scale. And we just need to figure out how to do the actual progression. I can say I think these guys are a little bit too on the big side. So we'll very quickly make them smaller. And it can still be a pentagram, you just have to glow up from the bottom. It can still be a pentagram, you just have the glow build up from the bottom. I'd have to look at some pentagram references to see about that one, Zero. But I can kind of see I can kind of understand what you mean, I think. A little bit. I'll have to check out the looks. I was thinking something more 3D, but I think this is fine, having it look like this instead, where it's just a big circle. So instead of the circle looking like this, maybe instead it looks like this, like that. Where this is the progress bar. Actually, let me make this a little bit bigger. So instead of the 2.7, let's do this. Okay, it's a little bit too big. But instead of that, it's something like this. And then you have your cute little dish here. So let me go ahead and grab all of you here, copy and paste. Like that. So something like this, and then you're saying maybe the pentagram can fill up in the background, like maybe have the stars shining as it gets filled up, something like that. And I meant to write it in another window. Oh, nope. There. What do you mean there? You lost me now. What do you mean exactly? Something like this, I think. And that way, as the progress bar fills up, you'll get the thing, and it'll go towards as it's filling up. And then depending on your status. And then once it's complete, it does the thing. But I do like the idea of a little muffin growing legs. At one point, I wanted these guys to have faces and walk around and serve themselves. But I realized, again, scope, very important. But little legs, just for a little animation of being angry. You know what? I feel like that's okay. That'd be great scope to do. It's just eyes. Oh, hold on. Eye. Yeah. How cute. And let's see. Hi, Louie. Welcome back to stream. Hello. Welcome. And I did read that. Good. Yeah. I think this can work for now. We're just gonna need a smaller circle, as I think this guy's a little bit too big. But that's a thing that can just be changed with texture. So for right now, we'll keep this as it is. If we go back into programming, truthfully, I don't think it would hurt to modify the texture just a little bit. If we go here, what's the texture being used right now? Timer texture. Let's see, timer texture. I see. Look, customer tabs. Okay, I'll drag and drop you into Sprite really quickly. Let's see. Timer texture. Actually, I'll just open in folder, open in external program. No, show in file manager. There we are. I'll just grab the timer texture, drag it into Sprite here. We'll make the circle a little bit smaller instead. And we'll also grab, you can see all of my lovely icons here. We can go ahead and hide the book, this is going to go in spellcasting, so we'll go ahead and just move you here. Kitchen, spellcasting here, so our spell UI, yep, and that's gonna go there. And bro really said, yeah. Isn't it adorable? Let's see. I think it would be fun to put the cake or the whatever we're using, the item, in here for the completed feel. And then maybe as it's changing colors again, that's something later, so never mind. I take it back. Let's not do that. That's not a good idea to do. We'll just go ahead and change the texture. Let's go back. Let's go into a sprite. And I just want to modify this guy a smidge so that it's not as big as it was. So something like this instead, or actually, like that. Is that symmetrical? It feels symmetrical. Yeah, something like this instead, where it's not too big. And then we'll go ahead and file export this as, and we'll say instead of timer texture, it's going to be our progress bar. Spell progress bar. And then we can go ahead and export it to not any of that. We can go to common. Nope, not common. We can go into screens. Nope. View, and then kitchen spellcasting UI. Yep, and that guy there, and set it to PNG. PNG. Lovely. And save. And export. Lovely. Let's go back into programming here. And since when was there a clock in this magical establishment? If you've played the regular version of the game, you'd see the clock on the wall. And exclamation Discord. Oh, thank you, Escobar, for anyone who might be new to this community. Very sweet. And from here, we'll go ahead and we'll grab that new progress bar. So instead of this texture, we're going to use this texture under. And then we're also going to remove that texture here for our over. There. And we can make the scale a little bit bigger. And where's that from, Darka? Hey, did you have a realization of something? Let's make the scale even bigger. Something like this, or more so maybe like that. And here, put it here. And here. Oh, hold on. Make you smaller. I want to make the scale smaller. Oh, never mind. That's huge. Don't want that. Like that. There we go. Move you here. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Words. Let me move you down here. Save you. And so what we can have happen is, or actually, what color should it be, do you think? Just random colors. We can have it as when it is under, over, and progress. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I think this is fine. Keep it like this. Our progress can be green. I don't mind the green. If anything, we can maybe grab the green from over here to be a little bit on the cuter side, but I don't even think this green's gonna work. I quite like our current green for that guy there. This is our progress bar. And the idea is that if we go back to the cafe, we should be able to see where we use the clock. If I go and close this guy here, we do shift and do clock, C-L-O-C-K, or never mind, not that, Control F, C-L-O-C-K, clock. No clock here? Weird. Okay. Clock, C-L-O, wall clock. Yeah, where are we talking to you at up here? Wall clock, there you are, wall clock. Where are we using you at? And blue under, red over? Why blue and red? And yes to what, laser random content? Back here, wall clock equals max value, wait time, all of those things in process. Wall clock dot value equals level timer dot time left. So for this one, it shouldn't be too painful to do. I think what we have to do is first we have to go back into here. We have to go into here and drag and drop this guy. So now we have our progress bar. And on ready, we should be good to go. None of this has to be set. We don't need any of you guys here. We're going to fill up the value in the bar. So on update speech bubble, all of these guys on continue button pressed, on show game screen. What we need to do is on start game. So start spellcasting minigame. Yeah, that's the guy we need to do. If we go ahead and do spellcasting minigame, spellcasting minigame screen for this guy here. When we start the minigame, we need to make sure that we say, hey, I'm starting this guy now. So enter calibration. All of these guys don't need them. Start spellcasting minigame. We can go ahead and do utility dot and set underscore progress underscore bar, set progress bar. And let's go ahead and emit. And then from here, we need to make sure that this is a thing in utility. Let's go ahead and do copy. Go back into utility in our spellcasting signal. And then from here in our set progress bar, what we can do is receive the signal. So we can go back to our, oh, why are you angry? What's wrong? Or that's not how you spell signal. I understand. Just a bit. And could not parse singleton utility? Whack. Hold on. Where are we at? Create item. Created spell grade dish utility. What are you angry at? spellcasting screen, spellcasting minigame, utility.set progress bar. Yeah, makes sense. Utility here. Oh, it fixed itself, apparently. And I'm agreeing to the code. Oh, I see. Lovely. I'm glad you agree with the code. A lot of it's not up to par, but this is just the base level, the base ground. So we gotta make sure it works, and then we can make it pretty. So now, after we have set bar progress, back on our spellcasting screen, we can go ahead and do utility, and do dot, and then do our set bar progress. So set underscore progress bar, and then we can go ahead and do dot, and then do connect, and then we can go ahead and also do set progress bar here, underscore here. Then from there, what we'll do is we'll grab you, go down to here to our function, paste you here, actually func, paste, do you, and now what I'm thinking is we do void. From here, when we set the progress bar, and also on the reset, we need to do our progress bar, we need to reset it. So progress bar, progress bar, dot, and value equals 0. That's all good to go, yep. And then from here, what we'll also do is do set progress bar value equals 0, and then we can go ahead and also set it so that the max volume, so let's do this guy here, dot max value, and it's going to equal whatever our utility guy is. So utility dot and current spell dot points, points, points. And then from there, all we have to do is do progress bar plus plus. When we go back to here and our updated, when we update the index, we also update the progress bar, plus equals 1. There we go. So hopefully the progress bar should be good. Progress bar dot value, VALUE. And once the game is over, so show game over screen, we need to hide the progress bar. So we're going to do progress bar dot hide, and on continue button, we can go ahead and do show. Let's see, this guy here on this reset. Let's see. All of you guys, do we need to do any show for you? Let's see, game over show, spellcasting minigame hide. Oh, that's fine. A spellcasting minigame or progress bar show book emit. Yeah, this resets it. So, and I think we're good. Show over, yep. On you guys. Well, let's see if it works. Let's go ahead and click play. And sent you a message from what I meant about the pentagram. Oh, thank you, Zero. I can certainly take a look at it when the time comes. Let me go ahead and mute our music to see. Oh, actually, we don't even need to mute the music. We can just check here. And do you like lobster? I don't think I've had lobster before. I've had crab. Crab is okay. I'm not really a fish person. The issue with crab is that you have to really manage it and clean it, and I'm not a. I'm okay to work for my food, but that's a lot of work, crab, and it smells like the sea, and it's I'm not much of a fan of seafood, and I did read that good. And me personally, it's a 1 in a trillion taste. Terrible, terrible. Trying to set me up for a pun like that. And maybe the key to someone understanding what's going on is actually paying attention. Who would have guessed? I'm glad you're starting to understand, chat. That's always nice to hear. So the hope is that we'll see the progress bar now when I click start. Let's see. Okay. So the progress bar is working. That is nice, and the hearts are adorable. When we click this, when we click restart, it restarts. So that's good. When we click end, and if we click generate, it restarts. Okay. So A and space, pretty snappy pun. No. No, Zero, no. Not at all. And spellcasting. I think I wanna, well, for now, I think this is fine. We can certainly add another guy here, some special effects when the time comes, but it has the progress bar. So you can now tell when it is done. And let me just make sure, yeah, I'll type in, no. Ooh, that's not good. I think we found that bug I was talking about before that I couldn't figure out what it was. When we press the buttons, if it doesn't get deleted, we shouldn't increase the index. That's the guy. That's what I'm trying to do. So if we restart again, yeah, that's what it was. You can see here, right? Oh, are you gonna play? Did I break it? I broke it by breaking it. Audio, where are we at? Oh, it's broken. It is super broken. And now it's not broken. And restart doesn't restart. Okay. New bugs. Found them. Two things I noticed. First things first. when it's reset, so when game is reset, reset, make sure list is cleared and keys are deleted. Next up, when we do out of bounds, so when they appear out here, yeah, there we go. We don't want it to update. So if we go back into our spellcasting minigame, when it's out of bounds, so if we do out of bounds, where are we at? Out of bounds, it should be here somewhere like update when we do the functiony somewhere. Let's see. Print on music player finish. Nope. We need to go up here somewhere. Yep. Calculate automatic calibration. Nope. That's not it. There we go. Utility, this guy here. If we go to player scored, Control Shift F, and we do find, and we do out of bounds. So let's go here. When it's out of bounds, we don't do anything. So if we see out of bounds, yeah, out of range. Huh, weird. If it's out of range, it shouldn't do anything. It should return, but it doesn't. Weird, okay. If it's out of range, we return. It shouldn't go here. But if it's none of these guys, weird. Okay, well, maybe if we do utility, yeah. Okay, if it's not out of bounds, something's off here. Necrotype Cafe, speedrun any % tutorial when? Soon, DM. I hope my game's not one of those games that's really easily buggable. I would like a nice clean game. However, sometimes the best bugs make the best speedrunning %, and I did read that. Good. Okay, we're going to print out of bounds. Let's see, save, and let's give it a go. So there's that bug there, and then the reset is not resetting properly. That's the other guy that we need to take into account. I'll go ahead and lower you down here. We'll go and teleport to the cafe, and that does not teleport. Teleport to you. You. I used to have walls on the kitchen, or yeah, walls up here to do things until I added the console plugin. I do like it. It does have its perks, but it's that typing and autofill. Sometimes it doesn't like doing it properly. Let's see. Out of range. And when we do that, if it's not getting deleted, okay. So if it's out of range, it shouldn't do score points. So, if it's out of bounds, return. Yeah, okay. Out of bounds, return. And then this guy here, if it's missed, because we're saying, hey, it's missed. Yeah, if it's out of range, if it's none of these things, I know for certain, we can put this up here. Key pressed at, we don't need you. We'll go ahead and move you here. And do that thing there, yep. Spellcasting minigame, and if keys front, all of you guys. So deletes keys out of range. Yeah, okay. We don't need any of that. If keys are not empty, and if it is less than the global limit, that makes sense. Let's see, utility.playerscored.emit. Let's check all of these guys here, Control F. You do it here. So don't delete key notes since it's not in range, just count as out of range. Oh, okay. So all we have to do here is this, and it should work now. And is this progress or miss? It should be progress. So for some reason, it was counting the misses as progress. That was the bug. So now, if I spam it, it shouldn't be progress, since that's not the goal. The goal is that the bar fills up as you get closer to finishing your spell. Let's see, cookie. There we go. Now it's working as intended in that sense. However, if I click restart, you'll notice the notes in the background. They don't reset, right? So that's the other bug that we need to figure out. They're not disappearing. If I click here and escape, that note's there. Click reset, it doesn't go away. So something's off with our reset function. And so have it count when it reaches the X position of the circle. What do you mean 0? I already have a system for it. It was the issue was I was counting it when it was out of the position. So all I had to do was just delete this so it doesn't count it when it's doing the thing. It's been fixed already, don't you worry. Let's see. From here we need to go into we need to check our button. We need to check our options menu. Let's go into our options menu. Options menu. Now, this guy was the guy I recently updated a few days ago. Go back into this guy here. You can see the hope is, or the idea is that when you're spellcasting, there's some more options that appear. And typing Tycho. Yeah, you could consider it that. I've never played the game before. I've always wanted to, but I did enjoy watching it at least. And is it? Yep, it is indeed. You could consider it that. And welcome, by the way, Cubrial, the real? Is that how you say it? Can you tell me how close I got? But welcome, and yep, you can consider it that. Typing to the beat, typing different words and letters. I can see it, yeah, the rhythm taiko. Well, that's adorable. I can see the little drum guy now. I did look at some code for a taiko-like game, at least a remake in Godot itself. So yeah, that is 100% on brand. Let me go ahead and save this guy. And it is, oh, the I is the second. Cuber the second, the real. I see. Very prestigious and studious. I got ya. All noted. So our restart button, if we go into our options menu here, our restart button, what happens is, on a restart button, full spells casting, and then on restart, utility.restart spellcasting.emit. I don't know if we're doing anything for this guy here, and oh!
1337 Cuberii_Therial is now following.
Thank you for the follow, Cuber the second. Thank you. If I go and do Control-Shift-F and do find, we can see, right, emit, connect, yeah, okay. So, spell select menu, connect, run spell casting. And then we also have here the connect, and for the spellcasting screen, yeah, and then reset. Okay, so our run spellcasting should do all of these guys, and then for our current spell, we start the spellcasting minigame, and when we start the spellcasting minigame, it should reset on its own, but it does not. Okay, I get it. That's why. What we have to do is on this reset, where are we at? Reset. It should be reset somewhere here. Reset. On a reset, we do all of these things, and they do need to be resetted. However, what we'll do is do reset, clear spell, S-P-E-L-L, and set it automatically to be true, T-R-U-E. Bool. It should be bool. Bool equals true, like that. Makes more sense. And hi, not anti-lose. Welcome back to stream. And oh, wasn't it supposed to be anti, right? I believe that's what you said to call you. And sorry, I just joined your stream. I think I'm a little late. Could you do a little recap for me? Thanks. No worries whatsoever. Right now we are working on the T-R-U. Hold on. T-R-U-E. There we go. Right now we are working on a bug. Currently, when I click the reset button, it does not reset the song or the minigame, the song. That's what I'm doing right now, figuring that out. And the issue is, or the reason why, is that over the week I updated the options menu, and when I did some stuff, it did some funky stuff in the background. Ant, that's what it was. Yeah, ant. I see. Eventually I'll get it. So we're trying to figure out why, and I think I did. It's because I removed this reset because it clears this guy here, and because I didn't want it clearing the current spell, it doesn't do everything else. So if clear spell, we clear the spell. Otherwise, we reset. So now what we can do is say, when we restart the game, so back on our start, we can go ahead now and do this and set it to false, but it doesn't reset the spell, like so. And then I think we're good. And oh, that you had already fixed that last week. The options menu, no. That was a thing we were trying to figure out how to navigate options menu and everything. And usually when I type running code, it's literally because something is running to somewhere. It just starts a mad sprint dash from one place to the next. Running is fun. I remember doing like .run programs in college. They were fun to figure out and try to do. And oh, I thought I did read that. Good. And I did read that. Okay, good. We're good. Just trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. So with that in mind, I think we fixed the that bit. And is the extra noise for the music app thingy fire crackling is very that's what I was saying earlier, Chaka. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me pause that there. Yep, that's what I was saying before, is that for me, if I can have it as a program, I like the ambience as, this feels different than this. I like a little ambience in the background. You can change the objects, so you can turn on like a turntable. I think, yeah, there's no fire crackling, that's a turntable. See? Little turntable and a bit of rain in the background I have. Just a smidge in there for the ambiance. I think it's really neat. But if you don't like it, you can always turn it off. So let me go ahead and hide this guy here. I really am enjoying this little guy though. It has been nice to have this on in the background, especially since there's a little to-do. There's also a Pomodoro timer as well, and you can make a list and things of that nature. It is handy. It's been nice having a little buddy. And I even made the character like a little Gabby with the green hair and like gothy feel. So it gives me inspiration to want to continue to make the cafe. And I think I read that. We're good, lovely. Okay, so saying all of that, let's give a try to starting the game, seeing if the menus now work correctly. Something's off. Well, let's see. Let me also go ahead and pause the music so we can fully commit ourselves. And what was the app's name again? It is, hold on, hold your horses. It is called there we go. A mini cozy room. Mini MINICOZYROOM There you go. And I feel like the coding will take an eternity. Nope, not at all, Ant. Especially since it's Godot. Godot's not good for that stuff, as it's a new engine. But yeah, no, definitely not. And I have no horse to hold. Oh, I'm sad. Cyril, you'll be alright. I assure you. If you don't have a horse, hold on to your cat or your dog. If you don't have that, maybe you have a goldfish you can hold on to. But I do get your sentiment, Ant. And for me, at least, I want to take a lot of time to learn. It is certainly going to take a lot of time, but for me, the experience of coding is fun in itself. And since this is also supposed to be a project about learning, I'm not expecting this to be my magnum opus, my greatest of all time games. It's supposed to be a fun project to learn. It's going to be a hold on to your hats. Hats. I can hold on to my Bobby, if that counts for anything. So let's see. Go ahead and generate this guy here. Okay, so now if I click escape, right? Does it restart it? Restart? See? However, okay, I thought I heard error sound, but nope, it restarts. Lovely. Now we can go ahead and do exit. We can start it again. Okay, so let's see. H, E, space, E, Y, space, E, H, E, space, E. Oh, no, that's not a T-U. M, T, U, M, comma, space, A, N, D, space, S, T, O-O-D space I-N space T-H-O-U-G H-T. Is that a period or a comma? I'm telling you, we're gonna have to change that font. And well, as long as you're having fun in coding, then it's worth the time. Yep, I 100% agree. For some people, they want to make games, but they're not into coding, and that's 100% understandable. I think sometimes you don't, not sometimes, but you don't have to, or rephrase it. Well, for a lot of people, there's different mediums they want to tell their stories in. For me, I like writing, I like making art, I like doing game dev stuff. So the game dev kind of encapsulates everything. I get to tell a story, I get to do art, and I like coding because it feels so finite. When there's a bug, there's a reason that bug is in there. It's not just there for no reason. Sometimes I don't like it, but it is the thing. And I think we did fix it. He by the tum-tum and stood in thought. Good, okay, lovely. I think we're working. And hi, oh. Kyotaro? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream and tell me how close I got. And I agree, the process of learning is fun. And it's cool to see your progression as you make a test and test new functions. Thank you. Yeah, it is, truly. It's weird, it's nice to see the progression of things. I think we're good to go though. If I click finalize here, so I click enter, and we grab this guy, we click generate again. This guy's reset. Let's go ahead and click end, generate, restart. Go ahead and spam notes here. I'll turn this down so you don't have to hear the sound effects as much, because I can do the buttons. Look at that, isn't that neat? I got the options. So I'll just go ahead and do this guy here. We'll do a little bit of you, maybe some of these, maybe some of those, some you, yep, okay, you know what? I allowed the space in there, maybe a D space, oh no, ST, maybe a OODD, INT space, HO, yeah, UG, yeah, got some of those in there, there, look at that, it's working, great news, okay. Let me make sure, double check that GH, was there anything after that for our spell? I think we print out the spell here, possibly, yeah. Got 0. There's one more guy. So, it's going to be greater than for the other thing. Back when I was wondering about the list sizing, so if we go back into our spellcasting screen really quickly, for this, if greater than, I think that'll fix it so that we have that last guy there. And I think that'll be handy. And looks like a nightmare for those who can't type without looking at the keyboard. I am sadly in that group. The hope is that this is a test level. So the idea is that this is the how fast you saw it go at the end is how fast is the capability. This is a test level. The song is a test level. This is the slow and it's the test. So some of these are gonna be slow like this, and the other times it's gonna be really fast. But otherwise, I think the difficulty will just depend. And I definitely wanna have difficulty options, as I want people to DS, T space, FO, R space, TH, E space, FIRS, P space, PI, ME, comma, space, SOCKS, period. Okay, it does work. Lovely. And is there a consequence in giving poor quality food? Yep. For example, the level not completing or something? I am not quite too sure yet how I want to do it. The hope is that you'll be able to unlock things as you go along. And because this is a prestigious academy, everyone's rich, so money isn't the currency. Instead, because it's an academy, the currency is knowledge. The idea is that you play as a necromancer, and everyone in this world is only allowed to learn one source of magic. So if you're a cryomancer, you can only learn cryomancy. You can't learn anything else. So that's why, it's another reason why her place is hidden. This is supposed to be a place where she gets to learn other types of magic. So when you serve customers, they give you their study notes from the classes, so she can sit down and learn other ways to improve her craft at this new faking sort of magic feel. So the hope is that like you'll be able to unlock more spells, more foods, or not spells, more flavors and more foods. Aside from that, I'm not too sure. I know for some games there's like 3 stars in order to go to the next level. I know that I want to have it feel like you're going through a semester, so at least 4 weeks. In each week, you unlock a new flavor, because at the end of the week, the head of the student council for that section, so for example, the pyromancer head will come in at the end of the week, and you'll have to serve them. So it's like a boss round, trying to figure out how to serve them, and I think that'll be a lot of fun. However, it's that thing of just down the line, we can figure out all the mapping once we make sure the mechanics are working and that they're fun. Right now, I am enjoying the typing. I definitely think it's a challenge. And the currency is knowledge. Do you have change for how to do an oil change? You think these people use cars? Witches use brooms. They don't dare to be on their thing. And I did do that. Good. Okay, good. Now, there is an error here. Oh, that's me. Ignore that error. That is a typing error. I think we're A-okay to go. Socks, period. Let's just double check. Socks, period. Good. So, we fixed the bugs. I think that's all the bugs that, well, there's still the customer bug, but ignore that. We don't need to look at it right now. We can talk about it another day, okay? And broom oil, I can say it, yeah, it's like familiars, and that's pretty interesting currency. Do you also have a different look for the food depending on the quality? Yep. I hope to have like some smelly, depending on the cinch. Like, for example, what we're about to do the tongue-tied meter. So that'll be like a failed spell, it'll be like a fizzle. If you do a failure, things of that nature, I definitely want to have some flavor images in there. I think that could be a lot of fun. It's just the thing of, flavor comes after function. But oh man, when we get to the flavor, it's gonna be flavor. And ads are about to start, so let them run while we go back into Obsidian. And I did read that, good. And the cool ones use cards. Those would be your, I guess, what would be like, it wouldn't be a ferromancer, right? Your metal wizards. What do you think would be the car mechanics of the wizarding world? If there are cars in here, what wizards do you think would hold the cars industry, like the salesman of the group? For in this world, necromancers aren't feared. They're actually very revered. I think that's the word, well respected. The idea is that because they can be lawyers, they're really good at solving crimes, detectives, because they can just speak to the ghost, and they're good at what is the guy that helps for ceremonies, that helps for grieves? I forget what it's called, but the one that helps making sure your unfinished business, things like that. So you can think of necromancy as your lawyers. You're the lawyers of this world. They're the crime lawyers. And if I had magic, my car would be flying 69 Chevy Nova, and the wheels would constantly be blue flames. Would there be blue flames painted on the side of the car? And so the time passes when you unlock stuff, or you can finish the game without unlocking everything. Or am I getting the things wrong, and these unlockables will just upgrade and quality of life things? I'm thinking both. Flavors will unlock during the week. However, items, oh, the ad thing is working for once. Interesting. Do you see it up there? Isn't that neat? The quality of life, guys, is the hope that because I want to have things like different upgrades, but I feel like having a shop with upgrades is another function of the game that's going to be a little bit difficult to try to implement, especially when, again, scope is something that I have to consider and need to make sure I consider, or otherwise this game is going to be very buggy and have a lot of loose ends. But, for example, I want to have skeleton butlers that will automatically seat and serve customers. I think that would be really fun. I want them to be unlockable if you serve enough ghosts. So that'll be like a different currency. I want it to be able to be where if you, there's different power-ups you could get for ghosts if you get that currency. So for example, maybe there's like a unlock mode where you can just type as fast as you can to do the spells. That could be fun. Again, fun idea. Plausible? Not quite right now. Let's just focus on the function. Well, oh boy, I am excited. All these ideas. Sounds like a lot of fun. And hi, Arvin. Is that how you say it? I think you were here the other day, possibly. If so, welcome. Welcome back. And if not, welcome for the first time. Hello. And all black. And when you turn it on, blue runes will light up. Blue runes are really nice. Neat and nice. Okay, so when game is reset, make sure list is cleared and keys are deleted. Yep. And customers are not working. I'm still a little confused on that one, but it's okay. You know what? Well, that's it for, again, another day. Let me get some coffee. And ads can't get me, for I am lagging horribly. Cool glasses on. It is neat to see them actually on the screen, though. That is cool. And so many things you can apply to the game. Yep. I'm so invested in how the game will turn out soon. I'm glad you like the idea, Ant. It's that thing of just the fun. And hydrate? Sure, I suppose. So I'm about to have coffee, but afterwards, water. And let me go ahead. Hot. Very hot. And lots of Copilot. I believe that's Gen AI, if I'm correct, at least in terms of like helping me with your programming. I think it was asked earlier, but for me at least, especially because I'm using Godot. Godot is one of the newer engines, so there's not a lot of training data on Godot, which in a way, I think it's for the best. It's a thing of, if you ask it a question about Godot, it's probably gonna make something up because Godot is still really new and all the old data is learned and, oh, right. Water.
Luna Kiyotaro is now following.
Lunark Yotaro, maybe? Lunark Yotaro? Did I get close? And welcome. Thank you for the follow. And 10-minute cooldown on the hydrate. Scam. I want to spam it. Why do you think I added the cooldown? You're the sole reason. But let me get the water and then we can get back to things. Tasty. And let's see. What kind of games will you make once you're a pro? That's a really good question. And the answer to that is I'm not quite too sure. I never, I always like to think of it as the magnum opus, so the thing I always want to make. For me, my goal is to make stories, make lovely stories, a big aspiration or a big aspiration. When someone I really look up to is Toby Fox, so all of those games, the games that give you a feel when you've played them. So I guess the big game I'd want to make is something like Undertale that has that feeling that you can, you get that nostalgia. I want to make a game that hits you with so much nostalgia. I feel like that could be really fun. And she might drown from inside out if there's no cooldown. You should have seen it the other week. It was, oh man, back to back. I was getting hit in all the wrong areas. I cast sipping noises, slurp. Saying that, let's see. We have the song progress bar. Done. Next up is the tongue-tied meter. And we're at about 4 o'clock. Okay, all right. And how does suggest poll work? You suggest an idea. So you have, when it says suggest poll, I'll have to double check into it, but you ask a question and then you have the options. I don't think it'll prompt you to do that, but you can do like, when it asks you for what you want to do, you could say a thing of like, here, hold on. Let me see if I can do it for you. I do. Nope, that's the wrong guy there. You here? I think that's it. Yeah. And then if I click poll, so just poll, you could do something like question, words, and then you could do answer, B, and C, like that. You could do something like that. To that extent.
Q, words, A. Adad B, Cad C, WDKWD.
WDKWD. That's silly. Alright, tongue-tied meter. Let's go back into concepts. Oh, I also need to save a backup. And we do not speak of what happened on June 1st. We do not. Not at all. And in my humble opinion, you should simulate spiders traveling through the institution so that the players can choose to study up on how to train the spiders to capture weaker students and let you level them up through tutoring for extra credits. Oh, that sounds like an adorable idea. I don't know how I'd be able to do it, but I really like the idea. I was thinking of like having some sort of curtains in the background or something, and I realized to myself after thinking, okay, we probably won't have the cupcakes serving themselves. That's where the skeleton butler idea came into place. It was the thing of, yeah, I would like to have these little guys walking around serving themselves, but the logistics probably not gonna work out. But I really do like that idea of talking to the spiders, as I think the spider could be her familiar. And me personally I used Great choice. Will it be 1 or 2? Let's see. So for our tongue-tied meter, we were talking about it before. It's already kind of on the screen at the moment, but it's like this. And the idea is that if you get a certain amount of errors in a row, you become tongue-tied and the spell fails. Right now, you can get as many errors as you want, You'll never fail. Or yeah, you'll never fail. Whoa, I can't word. You will never fail. Oh. And hi, I really can't speak, can I? Okay. Hi, hello, welcome, Magical. Welcome. Okay, I think my mouth has, you know what? Speaking of tongue-tied, it seems I am tongue-tied. I am embodying the very thing we're working on, aren't I? And borderline mafia-like strategies. Give them my regards. Let me make this a little bit bigger and add the T and pops in with difficult name while Iris is having trouble speaking. Whoa. Of all times to come in. Welcome all the same though. Thanks for lurking around. Let's see, T, tongue-tied. And if you ever decide to start working on a game with a team, I would love to be a pixel artist. I feel like it'd be so fun to work on a team, especially with different assets. I can imagine, like, really, it would take not a lot of time, but oh man, oh man. Let's see. So for our tongue-tied, I think that's how you spell tongue. T-O-N-G-U-E, possibly. Let's see. I was saying before how in a game like Beat Saber, the more errors you get, the more errors you get, the less this fills up. So this is your health bar. For me, it's not, I'm tongue-tying it. That sounds like you're putting it in a knot. Let's see. In my game, if the bar fills up, then you are tongue-tied. So you don't want this to fill up. It's kind of your stress meter. From what I remember in Beat Saber, I haven't played it yet since moving. I do really need to get around to putting up the guys that sense it so you can do the VR things. But I'm thinking, right, if you get a streak of failures, it is, we do it that way. So a few things will happen depending on tongue ties. Let's see. There is a streak, so F-A, and I think we can keep it simple, kind of, sorta. Let me zoom in a little bit. F-A-I-L-U-R-E. Failure streak, S-T-R-E-A-K. Failure streak. Let me just make sure that is visible. Let me zoom out a little bit. Failure streak. And I think there should also be some sort of forgiveness. So we'll do F-O-R-F-O-R-G-I-V-E-I-V-E-N-E-S-S. Forgiveness. For example, after a streak, your meter will go back down. And I'm thinking, to keep things simple, maybe we should just keep this at a percentage. So if you reach 100% or 100 points of tongue-tied, then you've got to go back down. Maybe we could also do 10, something like that, or something in between. But maybe 100% or maybe 10 points or something to that extent. We'll do 10, like 10 points, 10 PTS. I feel like 100% is the more natural one. But for a failure streak, every time you're on a streak, it goes if you get 10 wrong in a row, I feel like that is enough to say you're done. Your game's over. You shouldn't be here anymore. Go back home. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like if you get 5 wrong in a row, 5 wrong. So we'll do this in grade. 5 in a row, or 10 wrong. 10 wrong in a row. And this is 8. We need to go back to 2.7. And will you add something like a fever time where you can double the points? Yeah, that's what I think to do for like upgrades. So something like the ghost. If you banish some ghost, you'll get an upgrade to have either a no timer where you could what's the word I'm looking for? Type as fast as you can, or something like that where you could do double time and make an extra special dish. I think that could be a lot of fun. Let's see. Tongue-tied, failure streak, forgiveness. If you get 10, well, yeah. 10 misses in a row. 10 misses, M-I-S-S. 10 misses in a row. Misses in a row. Misses in a row. A row. A-R-O-W. That's not a W. Equal fail. F-A-I-L. I think so. And then, for example, if you get an okay, maybe then it's like -5. If you get a okay, then it's minus, okay. Instead, -10. Maybe a perfect can be -10. But in that case, if you get 10 perfects in a row, and this is why I thought this would be the hardest thing to implement, at least today, the hardest thing on the list of to-dos, because it's a thing of how do you calculate it? How do you make the system? And failure streak, I thought magical stuff wasn't meant to remind me of real life. It's a thing of, You know, we were talking about it before with grade and scores, and wow, you really think this through. Much applause to you, Ears, especially as an independent game creator. If it's one thing I have, it's ideas. I've got lots of them. I've got lots of hopes and wants, and the hope is just, and the want is being able to express them. And that's why I like Game Dev, is the feel of being able to tell these stories and these little charms. It might not be really important to the game itself, but just having little spider dance in the corner of your screen as you're typing and have it boogie down. It fills me with determination. And oh, chat ain't visible. How long has it not been visible for? How long has it not been visible for? Thank you for pointing that out, Check. What a terrible thing. I hope it hasn't been like that for long. And I get to read that. Good. Oh man. Oh boy. And I think it just recently. Okay. Hopefully only recently. Let's see. Yeah, maybe a streak of getting good stuff. So what do you think? I definitely think punishments should be in order. Let me zoom out a little bit. For example, if you get it wrong a lot of times, you should definitely get punished harsher. However, I think if you get it right a lot of times, you should also get rewarded harder. As in, if you get maybe like 5 perfects in a row, then you get extra points in doing them. So maybe it's a thing of, let's see, 10 misses in a row equal a failure. So maybe we have a multiplier in the background. It starts as 2. Every time you get one wrong, it's -2. That 2 then maybe goes to 4, and then that 4 then goes to 6, and then that 6 goes to 8, like that. And as you continue to do them, they kind of multiply. So it could be 2, it could be a different number. And I agree with you. I will push the player to try harder in the game and just smash their keyboard randomly. Step 1, gain their trust. Step 2, betrayal. Let's see, 8, and then, well, maybe we square it. And if you two can do it forever, we can do it for a short while. Don't worry. YouTube has had its day in the sunlight, I assure you. It's been a thing. Maybe we can do 2 squared. 2 squared is 4. 4 squared is 16. Never mind, that sounds like a terrible idea. That would be like 3 in a row. Well, maybe squaring it wouldn't be so bad. Right, 4 squared 16, but then 16 squared, 16 by 16. Oh, I know 6 by 6 is 36, 16 by 16. Math! I know it's bigger than 144 because that's 12 squared. 12 times 12 is 144. So, not a good idea. 16 squared, yeah. I feel like I should know this because of Minecraft, but it escapes me. 256? Is that it? I think, maybe. Maybe Pixelart saved me. Hold on, let me get a calculator. I need to know the answer now. 16 times 16. I did it! It's the weird random numbers I remember. It's like, is it the 200 one? It was. Okay, yeah. And that's not gonna, nah. We don't want to square it. I think this is better. So it would go from this times 2. We'll do times 2. And then that would be the times 2 times 2. And it can go all the way up to, I would say, maybe 2, 4, 6, 8. Or maybe it should be plus 2 instead, do you think? Instead of times 2? So instead of times 2, it'll be plus 2, and it can go all the way to 10. And hi! Oh! What an interesting name! I hope you don't mind if I don't say it. Can I call you Skib, maybe? Can we meet part way? Unless I have to say that type of word. I feel like I lose a few breaths off of my life every time, but welcome all the same. Welcome to stream. Hi, I'm a new character. How you doing? I'm doing good. I hope you're doing great as well. It's right now we're trying to figure out our game mechanic, and squaring it does sound very bad. Yeah. Yep. It would be better if it had a limit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking instead 10 is max, right? So if you get 5 wrong in a row, so like this. Yeah, it goes all the way up to 10. You start off with 2, and then you go to 4, 6, 8, and that's 5. If you get 5 in a row, 6, 8, 10. I feel like this is more forgiving. 8, 10. It goes all the way up to 10. And then from 10 is the max. So you would get 10 wrong. So if, theoretically, theory talking here, this would be 1 miss, 2 miss, 3 miss, 4 miss, 5 miss. And what is that in numbers? Let's see. If you were to miss 5 times in a row, already you would be at, we grab that calculator, 2 plus 4. Well, 4 and 6 is 10, and then, so that's 30. You'd already be at 30. And then from 30, so you've missed 5 times, which equals 30. Quick maths here, don't even need the calculator. The teachers were right, didn't need it. 30, and then it would go to 40, 50, 60, etc. I think that might be better. Just call me theory. Sure. Welcome again. I think that might work better, right? 30, and then if you miss again, it would go back to 2. I think that is more or less on the forgiving side. It goes back to 2. If you get a perfect, I think it should subtract, yeah, because if we're 30, right, you miss all those in a row, on a miss, you get 2. So perhaps instead, we do, because this will be 30, and then you do a lot of misses. Okay, 30 would be your miss, and the hope is the 10 misses in a row, that kind of feel. We could always bump up the 2, the 4, the 6, and 8. All of those guys could be different. I think possibly what we can do instead of having it be 100, maybe we can have it as 50. I think 50 for our max amount that you can go to, 50 instead of 100. That way, if you miss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, and that would be 7, 8. If you miss 8 times in a row, down, you're done. 0. And do you want to try a game I made in Godot? Is it on itch possibly? Cuber the second. And that does sound good. Anyway, what even is the thing you're doing right now? Trying to figure out the mechanics for the failure system. Right now, it's deleted. It was in the game at one point, but we're trying to figure out at what point do you miss too many that the game is over? Because right now, you can miss 300 times, so you can spam the button and nothing bad will happen. We want to have a way to punish the player for missing too many times. That's the hope here, is that the game will fail eventually. So from here, I'm thinking, yeah, 50. F50 and Game Jolt. Oh, Game Jolt. If one of the moderators could link the Discord, if you can send it there, Cuber the second. If you get some time, you can I can give it a try. Sure. And I did read that. Good. Okay. 50, yeah. And that way, if you miss 5 times, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 times, miss 7 in a row. Miss 7 in a row. 7 in a row. Fail. And we'll do here. So 10 misses, this is actually going to be 7, like this. And no Twitch. I know Esko is here. I don't know if Esko is here, still here. If not, I can just do this. EISURD. There we go, lovely. There you go. You can send it in there. The moderators will be able to show you where to go to send it for the game, as I'm quite curious. I've only ever once downloaded a game from Game Jolt, and it was Undertale Yellow, which was an interesting, very fun game. I think, yeah, 7 misses in a row is a fail. And then it goes back to 2. From here, if you get a perfect, I think the perfect could be -5. I think possibly. -5, maybe even -10. But remember, you're getting lots of perfects in a row. So if you do manage to get a perfect in a row, or get a perfect, it's -5. Now, I'm wondering, should there be a multiplier for perfects? Possibly. And just to confirm, there's an indicator on when a failure, right? And maybe you should add a power up when the failure cap is high. Again, with the power-up conversation, it would definitely be a thing to, when we get there, we can definitely brainstorm a lot, as I have a whole board of just ideas when the brainstorming time comes. As for the former thing he said, indicator when you fail, yep, that's what this guy is. It's supposed to show how much you're feeling currently, and on the game itself, it shows you the errors. I think we have that up here, yeah. Black, or in our case, it's right now purple, but it shows you when you failed. And I also want to color the circle to show the color of it failing itself. I think that would be handy. Back to here. I think, well, should we have a perfect streak? I think that could be nice. So in this case, since it's at 50, maybe instead we do minus, if it's okay, it's -1. If it is you, it's -2. And then maybe it's a perfect -3, like that. And have to go. Good luck with busting these bugs and keeping track of all those buzzing ideas. Thank you for coming, chat. I hope you had a lovely time. And thanks for chatting as much as you did. As it's been great fun. It's been great fun figuring out these bugs and progressing in the game. As, oh boy, we're getting there. We are really getting there. I'll be excited to see what people think when we get to bug testing. And it's like the monkey type for typing tests. Okay, that's interest. I have to try monkey type again. I did try it before, back when we were trying to figure out concepts for the game. But yeah, I think so. We already solved bugs by introducing a spider to the ecosystem. Fair point. Spiders can be cute, and I definitely think this spider that she has is an adorable kind. And hi, Smedge. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back. I quite like the idea of having a perfect streak as well. If that's 50, maybe the perfect streak can go up to 10. So you can get, yeah, multiples of 10. Then that guy goes back down. You start at, okay. Maybe the perfect, if you get okay, or no, if you get fail, it doesn't modify it doesn't remove it. So fail equals 0. I think, well, not fail, poor. Poor equals 0. Poor equals 0. Poor equals 0. I think that's fair. Poor equals 0. And then okay, AY. Okay equals 1. And then if you get perfect, perfect equals 2. So okay equals 1, perfect equals 2. And we'll do perfect equals 2. PERFECT, perfect equals 2. And then from there, again, I think having a 10 max is okay, depending on how they feel. This would definitely be something that would come down to having people test it and get a good, nice feel for it. But I think having it as another max of 10 is a good idea. And when you switch one streak, you do the next streak. And I think, yeah. So I think this will be our tongue-tied system. And if you get to the max, which is 50 in our case, then it's game over and you fail. Your game or your spell fizzles, kind of like in Wizard 101. Let me get some coffee, and then we can get started on this new system here. Hold on, I also got to blow my nose too. Fine, I don't have any tissue anywhere. Oh no. I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. We're okay. I'll have coffee instead. And hope you had a good day, unlike me. Oh, I hope your day gets better, Smudge. I hope it, there's still, I know there's time for me in the day, but even if you have 1 hour left, there's still time to have your day on a highlight or just not a bad day. But I really do hope it does end well. My day's going great, though. I get to do what I love, which is game dev. Let me finish off with coffee. Tasty. Okay, let us get back into things. And most rhythm games have a 5-point score system. Miss, poor, okay, good, great, perfect. I think I think mine might be a 4-point system. Where it's miss, okay, hold on. Yeah, it's a poor. It's a 4-point system. Perfect, okay, poor, and miss. I could always add another one if need be. Okay, yeah. I can see why there would be a good. I can totally say it, yeah. There's always possibility of adding that there, should need be. Right now there's 3, but because of the way I have it set, adding another 1 wouldn't be too painful, thankfully, at the very least. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. I might actually screenshot it, that way we can see it in the other screen. Yeah, I'll screenshot it, that way we can all keep track of what we're looking at. So I'll go ahead and save it here, and then I'll go ahead and save it as capture, yep, and we'll go back into programming. So let's program this idea. And I did read that, good, okay. So from here, let me make sure I saved our backup. Yep. And this is a good standpoint, so let me make sure I commit it in the Git. Let's see, save point. Okay, and commit, and good. We're good to go. There's a backup now. Anything we do will not impact us for our future. We are allowed to make mistakes. While that's loading, while that is committing, let me go ahead and move you up here so you can see the system. And let me make this a little smaller. More like this. I think that's good. And that way you can see the feel we're going for. I don't know why our changes is acting up. Okay. Let me try closing it, and then I'll try reopening it. So back in our Godot guys here. Yep. And then let me try reopening you. So open up visual. Yeah, open up a code. And then let's see if we can commit now. Does it want to? Does it want to agree to this? Get repositories, changes. Any changes that we need to do? Oh, let's see. Hold on. It's loading. Thinking about it. Let me get some water in the meantime. Okay, we're a-okay to go. The commit, I believe, did happen, so we're all good. Git status, 99 milliseconds. Lovely. Okay, let us continue then. Oops, wrong thing. Please enter the name of the seed. Nope, I did not mean to press that button. Okay, so for D and data usage, what is this? This is something I have no idea of. I'll just go ahead and get rid of that. And we can go ahead and close everything else. As what we need, I don't quite know yet. I know we're going to need the minigame. That is, well, no, we won't need the minigame. And I can also go ahead, well, these guys are responsible for telling us what's correct, what's not correct. So if you get this about here, at that perfect range, then you're perfect. If you get it here, that's okay. If you get it here, that's poor. And if you get it here, that's missed. All these guys are misses. So let's go back to spellcasting minigame. Yeah, you right there. And key listener, for now, I think it's fine to hide these guys. We don't need them. This is for bug testing purposes. Whether or not they're here or visible, they still count as on screen. We can go ahead and close that. And our spellcasting minigame can also close that. our spellcasting screen, or cafe. We don't need you anymore, cafe. You're a-okay to go. We are here at our fail meter. You can see it right up there. This little guy. So, we're going to need to know where our scorekeeper is for our progress bar. That's what this guy is going to represent. So our fail meter, where are we at? Spellcasting minigame, margin container, tongue-tied meter. Yep. So let's open up our scorekeeper. That should make it easier. This is where we keep track of scores. This is the guy. You can see our scorekeeper. Oh man, good old scorekeeper here. It's a little old guy, but he's good to go now. So tongue-tied, go ahead and replace you. We're going to make you the parent. Reparent, or make branch. I should be able to do that. Save branch as scene. Should be able to make root or something. Move up, no, duplicate, reparent to new scene, make scene root. There we go, tongue-tied meter, there we are. And from there, we have, if we scroll up here, you can see progress bar, and I believe tongue-tied meter is a progress bar. And so all we have to do now is just do scorekeeper, and we drag the scorekeeper GD there, and we can go ahead and where are we at? Detach script. We can set these guys here as the children and delete you. This is no longer our scorekeeper. Now our tongue-tied meter is now our scorekeeper. This little guy right up there. And since this guy is set there, what we actually need to do is set the layout, go into our transforms, and reset the position and also the size. Never mind, the size can stay the same. Position, not quite. As when we go into the spellcasting screen here, we no longer have the tongue-tied meter. That's not in here anymore. And our spellcasting minigame, where is our scorekeeper actually? Minigame, scorekeeper. Where are you? Scorekeeper, where are you being used at? We have the screen here for our scorekeeper. Spellcasting minigame, spellcasting screen. Is it in cafe? I hope not. Cafe, C-A-F-E. Is it in our book maybe? Cafe? Open up you. Scorekeeper. Nope, spellcasting screen, okay. Next place to check is the book. Book, do you have our scorekeeper? You should not. Uh-huh, scorekeeper. You do have the scorekeeper. I knew it. All right, yeah, this guy doesn't need to be in the book. It needs to be in the actual minigame itself, not in the book. The book doesn't know about the game. It shouldn't. It should know about other things. We'll go ahead and delete this guy here, and it should be, yep, scorekeeper, delete. And now, let's make sure we don't remove anything we shouldn't. There should be a scorekeeper somewhere along the lines here. Spell generator, spell casting, yep. Scorekeeper. Scorekeeper, control F. For, fine. Match case whole word, nope, we don't need to do any of that. Fine. All right, control F. For, about keeper. Here we go, keep book open. It should be here somewhere, let's see. Flavor, spell generator, spell casting tab, spell select. Is scorekeeper not even on here, I think? No, I don't even think it's on here, which is a-okay. Well, it works out better for us. Back in our minigame, so not this guy, but this guy here. This is the screen where we do all our spell casting, so this is the one where we need to know everything about spell casting. Since the book, that's why I don't want it in the book, since the book itself is not spell casting. It doesn't even hold the spell casting screen. This is the spell casting screen. Now, we can go ahead and bring in our scorekeeper. And since our scorekeeper is the bar, that's how we can modify it. And it'll already know about all of our scores since we're sending that information to the scorekeeper. And when our scorekeeper knows to fail us, it'll fail us, which is nice and easy. Now, let me see about theme. I think I have a theme we can use for the scorekeeper. If I drag and drop you. Not really. Tongue-tied meter. Hold on. Theme. Drag you. There, look at that. It's now yellow instead, which is the old colors. We could change it if we want, but right now it's just temporary, that little yellow right there. Now we can go into our, tongue-tied meter. Ooh, this is going to have to be renamed to scorekeeper. Yeah. Huh. How can we do this? Scorekeeper. I guess this, well, it is scorekeeper. It's just a little bit different. K-E-E-P-E-R. For now, we'll keep it as scorekeeper. We know that it is the meter itself, but it also keeps the score. This is where something like knowing what words you're using is handy. It's a thing of, is it important? I think it is. It's that thing of, let's see, scorekeeper. Down the line, am I going to get confused what the tongue-tied meter is and what the scorekeeper is? Possibly, but I don't think so, because the scorekeeper itself is tracking something. So the scorekeeper could be like a control node. It would be the idea, but I think having it as the bar itself is a-okay to be, as then we can keep track of where we're failing at. It would also, or at least I think it used to keep track of progress, but now we have a different progress tracker. That's nice to know. So back here for our scorekeeper, These are all these guys. I haven't touched scorekeeper in ages, it feels like. We have reset, player score, grade +1, yep. As long as we're not doing anything with values. Let's see. On casting, enter, all of these guys, make perfect dish, emit, all of you, yep. Reset, value equals 0, accuracy, yep, casting equals 0, score, yep, grades. You just want to make sure we're not setting it. Max points, yep. We don't need this guy here. var max points. Nope, you're good. Okay, I just want to make sure there's not anything we're adding for this guy, the bar itself, like the value, max value. That's what I'm looking for. What's this guy? Oh, okay. Can we clear that so I don't know? Okay, we're good. And back in our scorekeeper, so let's see. Double checking to make sure we have max missed, ready, score, place down. Yeah, this is the old code for the fail meter. So this guy is going to be our what we're modifying. And then we have on casting entered. Yep. Printing, current state. Yep. On casting finished. Make perfect. Game over. Disable. Create item. Yep. Value equals 0. That makes sense. Yep. Okay, good. I think we're all good to go. From here, on casting entered, we get the spell, which is great to know. And we also get all of these guys here. So, what we start off with, what our max value always is going to be 50. We'll go ahead and do var, since that's what that guy is up there. And let me actually move concepts here so I can reference it since I can't see it from the other guy. There we go. Okay. So we have var, and then we have max fail points. Yeah, let's make it const. So const max fail points _points. And it's going to be 50 for now. I think that's good to go. And why is this const? Oh, const. There you go. And expected initializer. Oh, int equals. Oh, like that. There you go. Max fail points equals you. You're already 50, but just to make sure, maximum value is going to be 50. This guy here, your value is always going to be also 0 when you start out. And if this fills up, you don't want it filling up, because if it does, that's when the game is over. Max fail points, and then on our ready, we'll also make sure that we're setting the max fail points. So, value, or max value. Max _value equals, and we'll just do max fail points, just to be on the safe side. This is where we can modify it at. From there, our step is going to be 1. You don't need it to be any small number. It's good to be 1, since they're stepping up in time. Value, yep, value starts at 0. On ready, value should also be 0, so we don't need to modify that. Let's see. And on casting finish, on casting enter, that's what we need to know. Let's see, entered, yep, okay. And when we reset, so we need to go ahead and make sure our value is value equal to 0. And then we also need to make sure our value is also 0 when we finish. So on the reset, value is also 0, so we're good to go. And when it resets and when we're adding it and moving it around, that's good. From there, we need to now know about our values. So we can go ahead and do, let's start off with the dictionary, I think. So var, and we can do failure, F-A-I-L, failure points. Failure to points. P-O-I-N-T-S. Failure to points. Failure, I don't like the sound of that quite, but we can always change the name. It's going to be a dictionary. A dictionary that is going to be of type utility dot score grade or _grade. And then it's going to be an int. And this is where we keep the types. We can go ahead and do here. Oh, hold on. That's not how you do dictionary, is it? Like this, I believe. From here, what we can do is do all these guys here. So we can go ahead and just, and score. There you go. And from here, the perfect, okay, poor and missed. I believe that's all the 4 we have. This is this is why I said it'd be easy to redo them, since I can just, modify them from here. But for our perfect is going to be 2. Our okay is going to be 1. Our poor is going to be 0. And like that. Poor is going to be 0, and our missed is going to be 2. Yep. And then from there, we're going to do var, and we're going to do current streak, S-T-R-E-K, streak _type, T-Y-P-E, and it's going to be a utility. Hold on, utility dot, and we might need to have, if we go back to scorecard here, I don't know if there's none. Yeah, it's utility dot none. So we start off with none as our, no, we don't need the book. We can close that guy too. Scorekeeper, utility dot none. So current streak type, utility dot score grade equals utility dot none, as that is the current streak. And then we check to see if it's the current streak. If it is the current streak, we multiply it. That's the hope. We have the current streak type. And then from there, we need the multiplier max. And since we are doing it the same, or actually no, we need failure to points. And then we need var multiplier. So var point multiplier. 2 points, and then underscore multiplier. Oh, multiplier. Yeah. For our point multiplier. For example, our perfect will always be multiplied by 2. Our okay, I guess times 2 would be good too, or plus 1. Our okays won't have a multiplier. It'll be 0 times 0. And if it equals 0, then we don't multiply it. For the 2, so I think this is fine. We multiply it if it's a perfect. Otherwise, when you do okay, you'll just get okay. We'll just slowly bring that guy back down. But if it's poor, you don't get anything. I think that's good. I think that is a good to go. However, okay in the perfects. You know what? No, I think we can modify this a little bit. For example, the 1 times 2 equals 2. 2 times 2 equals, but we want it to be plus 1, not times. That's why I'm not sure how to do this. And I'm playing a game while listening to your stream, and my head turns every time I hear you say 0. I'm like, what did I do? Oh no, what have I done? You're fine, 0 for now. Let's go ahead and do under func ready. We'll just do it down here. I think it's always easiest to do at the bottom. Func, and let's see, get multiplier, multiplier, get multiplier. This is where we'll handle, and it'll return an int. This is where we'll handle the type. So I'll go ahead and just move this guy here. Comment all of you out, since we don't need you at the moment. This is just so I can keep it in reference. And what we get, or what will be sent in, is a utility.score grade, like this. And from there, what we'll do is set it to the 4, or grade. There we are. Grade is utility score grade. And then from there, we can do match, and then we'll do grade. Match, grade. And then, we'll say pass for now, as I gotta think about this for a second. Return, match, pass, return 0. There, are you happy? There we go. Okay, so, for example, if our current, okay, let's do it this way. Get multiplier. So, if our grade equals current streak type, we set multiply equal to true. We have a var and do var multiply true. Yeah, var multiply multiply equal to var multiply is a bool, and we set it to false. And if multiply is true, we can go and do multiply equal true. Or yeah, I say multiply, but it might, the issue is because I'm doing like plus 1s, it's not really multiply. I don't know if I like that multiply, but we'll say multiply. For me, I'm trying to describe multiplier as it's increasing by an amount. It doesn't matter if it's being multiplied or divided, it's increasing or decreasing. So match, grade, pass, multiplier equal true. Now what we can do is grab all of these guys. So utility.perfects, we'll just copy you, go ahead and paste you. And then what we can do is click Alt as we're clicking these buttons, and it makes you do multi-line. So we can go ahead and remove all of you guys. And then for here, I can make sure I do this guy here, this guy here, this guy here. From here, I can grab all of you with Alt and clicking, subtract, and then that's our match. And we can go ahead and do tab, all of our matches, and there we go, like that. And if grade is equal to current streak. If it's not the current streak, then we start a different streak. And I'll probably use Godot when I can integrate it with the Neovim. I feel like I've heard that before. And the world's greatest text editor, by the way. Oh, I think I have heard of it. Yeah. It's probably use Godot. I see. And at that point, regular text editors are alien to me. I've seen like a Sublime. Sublime was really nice, but there's a free trial. I don't remember how much it was, but it wanted me to pay for it, and I was like, nah. So I went to Notepad++. That was pretty fun to use. So if it's a grade perfect, match grade. I think if current streak type, if the grade is equal to the current streak type, then we're going to use the streak version. If not, we use the regular version. That's the idea here. And and multiplier max. So if we're gonna do it by 5, I guess that's the guy here. Multiplier max, that would be here. Points multiplier, and what we'll do is back to here, failure to points. We'll do here, and we'll subtract you. we'll do multiplier max. I think that's a maybe a way to do it. So multiplier max, multiplier underscore max. So, and we'll do here the max amount of times the score can be multiplied. The streak, the score streak. Yeah, score can be multiplied from streak. There we go. And failure to points. The amount of points applied when a streak happens. And this will be the base amount of points. There we go. Not only do we have a current streak type as well, we also need to know var current streak, and then we need number, current streak number. And we're going to set this to int and equal to 0, as that is the none. And I wonder, does the amount of fail resets if the player regains the streak? What do you mean? Does the amount of fail, when you change streak, it automatically resets it to 0, but your points don't change. So the idea is that if you get perfects, your perfect streak starts. If you get okays, then your okay streak starts. If you get a poor, your poor streak starts. That's the hope. And the tongue-tied, I mean. I wonder, does the amount of fails reset? Yeah, the fails do reset if you go to a different streak. So once your streak is over, your failure streak goes back down. So the base amount of points to apply when a streak happens. So, for example, let's see, and the max amount, the base amount of points applied when a streak happens. Yep. So what we can do here is perfect. It'll be times 2, or I guess it could be plus 2. Yeah, plus 2, plus 2, plus 2. This is plus 1. I think that's fine. Yeah, instead of a multiplier failure to points and then multiplier maxed. Oh no, that is, yeah, okay. Multiplier max. So for a perfects, you can get up to, I think we'll say 5, because it'll be 2, and then it'll be 2 times 2. I think 2 plus 2 would work a little bit better. Yeah, failure to points. Our multiplier is actually just our addition, but we'll call it the multiplier because I think that feels nicer. However, I'm already getting confused, so maybe multiplier really isn't the right word. And supplying text is like WinRAR. A papa asks you to pay once in a while, but you can use it for free. Oh, I didn't know that. I got the thing so much for WinRAR, I switched over to Bansip. But that's good to know. I did like the way Sublime looked. I did think it looked nice. So instead of multiplier, what's another word for multiplier? If not multiplier, since we're not using multiplication, we're using addition. What's another way we can do it? Or yeah, additor, additionaler. I think that would work better than using multiplier. Let me get some water. I'll think about the word, as I think that's better than multiplier. It gives us a better idea of what's going on. There we go. Okay. So, additioner. What's the multiplier? The multiplier multiplier version of addition, maybe? Additioner, accumulator, reducer? I'm not sure about accumulator. Accumulator, maybe. Reducer, I don't think so. Combo? Combo, yeah. Great idea. And welcome, by the way, Skillet Fun. Welcome to stream. Yeah, combo. I like the combo. That's a great idea. Combo, Control-Shift-F. Combo max. And find. Yep, Control-Find, and then replace. So Control-F, Control-R. I like that. Combo. Great idea. And yeah, streak and combo amount. And to be honest, I'm still confused on how the tongue-tied mechanism works. So if we miss a note, we fail. And if we keep up the streak, we get more points. The idea is that if that bar fills up, the game's over. So you don't want to gain points. When you get perfect, it'll subtract from the bar. If you get okays or perfects, it subtracts from the bar. So it'll be minus the 2s or the 4s. And then if you get fail, it'll increase the bar. So if the bar fills all the way up to 50, then you get then that's the game over. You want to keep the bar low, as low as you can get it. Did I say welcome by the way, Skillet Fun? Welcome. And yeah, combo works great. Match case, match whole word. I see. Yeah, replace all. Combo max. I like that a lot better. Yeah, the max amount of times, and then let's see, control and combo. COMBOED. The max amount of times a score can be comboed from streak. And replace all. Yeah, I think that works out a lot better. And close. And welcome. Let's see. Yeah, combo max. And in this case, you would just plus it by 2. So for our perfects, I think going to 10 is a-okay. That would be, or actually 2. I would think if you can get 10 perfects in a row, what do you think should be the max? Should you be able to get 5 perfects in a row or 10 perfects in a row? I think for okay, being able to get 5 would be a good idea. So you're able to get up to 5. So the first time you get an okay, -1. Second time, -2. Third time, -3. Fourth time, -4. And that's how that guy goes, and up until 5. So if you can get on a constant streak of okays, then that guy goes up. As for our perfects, maybe 8 is okay to do because we're doing it with 50. So you're able to get up to 8. I feel like could be great to do. It'll be 2, 4, 6, 8. So if you get 4 perfects in a row, and if you're golden on the perfect, so instead of 5, it'll be 4. As far as our misses go, we can say, right, it's 5. That's what that 2, 4, 6, 8 is, so 5. And then our pours, we don't do anything with poor. If you do poor, you don't get any losing or failing. It's just nothing. You don't get any consolation prize. You at least want to get okay or perfect. We can always modify it, but we'll see. And I see, so it's like a tolerance of how much a fail a player can reach. Yep. You can think of it as a reverse health bar. I really should be doing a health bar, but it's a reverse health bar. Instead of it failing when your health loses everything, it fails when you gain too much. So you want to make sure your heat doesn't go over. Let's go ahead and save that there. Now, go all the way back down here, and back to these guys down here. Get combo. Now, if our grade in a death bar, death bar. Pretty good idea for a game where you play as a necromancer. That's a great idea. The var multiplier. Yeah, we don't need var combo. And if grade equal current streak type, we combo, do combo. We'll just say do combo, combo equal true, do combo. And then we can also say combo, do combo equal true. So now, and patience meter. I wouldn't know if I call it a patience, since this game is about speed sometimes and rhythm. It's more so of I guess your eloquency, your literary skills, your ability to be verbose, and the bar is deathly peril. You can tell already. My tongue-tied meter is very tolerant. So let's see. From here, get combo. Okay. What do we need to have here? It's a little bit of everything. What we need to do is match the grade. Match the grade. That's the first thing. Next up, we need to check to see if on streak. Check to see if on streak. If so, multiply or check. If so, add to combo. If not, otherwise. So for this guy for here, so do combo, and then what you would do is do our combo amount. So combo, dot get combo. It's our streak. Do combo. So streak, current streak number. I don't like that, so we'll do current streak. And we'll set current streak plus equal to 1. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and do else, and current streak plus equal, or current streak will set to current streak equal 0. Yeah, we reset the streak. And then from here, we'll do is where are we at? Up here. For our guy up here, there was something I needed to change. I can't remember what. Down here, current streak. No, I don't remember. It was in my mind, and then it left. Poof. Out into existence, so you know what? If I can't remember, it probably wasn't important anyway, right? So let's see. Check to see if on current streak. Oh, I remember. It was the name. Current streak. Where are we at? Variables. I posted it on the link on Discord. Yippee! Sure. When I get the free time, I surely shall take a look at it. The max fail points, accuracy, all of these guys here. Yeah, current streak number. This is what I wanted to change. Current streak type. I just want to make sure this guy here, current streak. Yeah, combo max. Current streak int. Current streak type. Okay, yeah, we don't use current streak anywhere else currently. Good. Okay, so from here, our current streak gets set to here. Otherwise, our streak gets set to 0, and our current streak type gets set equal to grade. So if we're on a combo, and let me go ahead and say this. If on combo, continue, combo, otherwise, combo, otherwise, 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 reset. However, for this current streak guy here, what can we do? Current streak 0. What we can say is, if current streak, and then we grab these guys. So this is our current streak max, our combo max. So what we'll do here is, if do combo, if we can get the grade, what we're doing here is we're checking to see, increase combo, if not at max. So what we'll do is combo max, and then we can do grade, and then we can say, if current streak is less than, yeah, if current streak is less than combo max grade, then we increase our current streak. Like this, less than current grade. Then we can go ahead and increase our current streak. Like that. So this takes care of our combo, if we're on the combo. Otherwise, we can do other stuff there. From there, now that is max the grade. So let's check to see. So we have all of these guys here. Really, because we don't do anything on poor, I don't think it matters to do poor. Truthfully, since does it really matter? I don't think so. We'll see if we need poor. Probably not, but maybe so. We'll keep that in the back of our mind. Otherwise, let's start off with mist. I think that's the easiest to do first. So we'll start off with pass, and then pass, so pass. And then we can go ahead and enter. Okay. So from here, oh, tab. If we get missed, if we do combo, what you do is then do, and oh, what we're also going to need is a var, and this is going to be score, var, score, or no, var, failure, 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 amount. And we're going to set it equal to int equal to 0. And then from here, what we'll do is we'll set it up for this guy here. So that way we don't have to worry about any of the combos, any of those guys here, since we don't deal with them. If current streak, combo max, all those things, then we increase the current streak. From there, what we do is failure amount equals, actually, we'll say, meter amount. It's not failure amount quite yet. It's not quite. Our meter amount will equal, actually, does it matter? I don't think so. Older horses. Meter amount equal to, and because we multiply negative numbers, right? Negative numbers can be multiplied. So instead, what we can do, well, no, we add. We add here. Perfect. We multiply here. Yeah, okay. I think this might work. Mist minus. There you go. That might work. So instead, meter amount equals, and then we do our combo max grade. So we're not doing combo max. Here we're going to do, what is it called again? I believe it's streak. Let's see, score, combo max, failures to point. Yep, base amount of points applied. Failures to point equal. So max amount or meter amount would be failures to point, and then we would do grade. So technically, we wouldn't have to do some of this. What we would do then is score, not score. It would be, what do you call it? Value, I think? Yeah, value. Value plus equal. Value plus equal. Failure to points grade. We set the streak to the amount, and we're good to go. Otherwise, so I don't even think we'll need these guys. Truthfully, I don't even think we need to return also either. Get combo, or set combo. I think that's what it would be instead. Set combo, and we do void. Something like that, I think, is a little bit better to do. Yeah, we'll see. This is always evolving. From there, I don't think we'll need a meter amount either. I don't think that's necessary. And here, if current streak, now this is where we have to do some math. So, the value will then be our failures to points, and then we can go ahead and increase, so our current streak plus equal. So let's see. If this is, for example, R1, then what we're going to do is do plus, and then it's going to be current streak, yeah, that would be the 1. Let me double check. This is where the math comes in and where I need to figure things out. So for example, if we have 2 for our perfect, we want the 2 to turn into a 4. So this would be 2, and then it would be times 2. Okay. So I guess you would start off maybe with 1, or would it be 2 plus 2? No. You would just add the number. So 2 plus 2 equals 2. You would, okay, never mind. We're good. So 2, and it would be multiplied by that number. Yeah. Combo 2, yeah. So 2 times 2, or it would be 1 times, no. Okay, so it's just going to be plus. -2 plus -2, or 2 plus 2, or 1 plus 1 is the way it would work. So when we're doing the current streak, it would be that number multiplied. Ooh, okay, yeah, hold on. Current streak. So it's going to be plus, and then whatever that streak number is. So for example, let's just do some numbers here. If it is that we're the case, we have currently 3 in a row right now, a streak of 3, that is okay. We want it to be the number 3. So if it's the number 3, then that would mean we would take we would take first the value of the point, so that's 1, and then you would plus, and then you would do current streak, or no, you would do 1 plus, and then you would do the 1, and times the, did you do current streak? Current streak. I think like that would work, because this would equal 3, right? Which would give us 3. If we have 3 perfects, right? So perfects, P-E-R-F-E-C-T. For 3 perfects, we would think 6. That is what we want. So for 3 perfects, that's supposed to equal 6. Hold on, 6, and then 3 perfects. Because it'll be 2 plus 2 plus 2. Well, if we have 3 perfects and we do the same math, so 2 plus 2, and then it'll be times current streak, so in our case 3, what does that equal? 2 plus 2, so 2 times 3, okay, 2 times 3 is 6, plus 2, that equals 8. So, and actually that's plus 4 too, so never mind. It would be like this, right? 1 times current streak, which would be 3, that'd be 2 times 3, right? And I love math until it's graded. I do love math too until it's hard. I think this would be the number, right? Our current streak, because it's 2 times 3, that equals 6. And that 1 times current streak, so if it's 3, it'd be 1 times 3. And then if we have failure, and our failure currently is the max of, I believe we have, our missed is 5. So let's just say 5. In that case, and it's missed, so missed, I-M-I-S-S-E-D, 5 misses. So you get 5 misses in a row. Then you want the score to be 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. So that's going to be 10. You're going to get 10 if you get that guy there. So then it'll be negative 2 times 10. So that would be, negative 2 times 5, which will equal negative 10. And that is the score you would increase the points by. However, because of the way this is, what I'm realizing is that these aren't negative. These are negative. Like this, because this is the bar going up. Which again, is that thing of maybe this isn't the right way to format it, since having those negatives might confuse you a smidge. Well, I say you, me. But I think this is fine. I think what we have to do is just do the number and then multiply it by the streak. I think that should work. And depending on what the streak is. So the current streak is 1 and that's 0. Yeah, okay. Let's go back down here and let's go to our guys down here. If current streak max, so you start at 0, then you do plus 1. From there, we do not our value, failure to value point. So and then we do multiply current streak, like that. And that would be that. And I believe we can go ahead and do this here. Now, I'd love to have maybe on screen like a combo counter or something of the sorts. Could be fun. That would be something we'd have to visually modify. It is 4:58 right now. I want to see if we can get this working. I don't mind going over a little bit of time. I don't want to do the visual guy. However, I will put this on the UI UX to make sure that it is something to note. If we go back into Obsidian really quickly, I want to say streak, the way to see current streak, like an X, like an X3 or X5. Something like that for your points, I think is good. I just want to see if we can get the streak system working with the failure guys. Let's go back into programming here. Now, from here, I think set combo will work. Set combo will happen anytime you score something. So, let's see. For grade and grade pitches, set grade, all these guys, scoring system must be updated. Yep, and then remember, this is our scorekeeper. So, scoring system needs to be updated. We can remove that guy. That's A-okay to go. When we do this guy, so get total points from game, all of you guys here for grade impossible dishes grade, nope, that's not you. We need to do when the player scores. So we'll go ahead back down here, set combo. We can remove all of you since you were just our funny tax. And oh, did I miss something? Did that say the ads were about to start and I missed it? Oh, okay, let me have the ads run. I didn't even realize. I saw the thing appear, but I didn't notice it until I really looked. So we'll have the ads run while I scroll back up here. I think we're almost done though. If we go back up here to ready, nope, player scored, here, on player scored. This is the fail meter button here. You don't need any of that. We're matching it to the grade. And then we do down here, set combo. And then we do grade, like that. So we set the combo. Anytime the player scores, we check it here. Or we say to do it, do this thing here, and add fail meter. That that guy gets checked next. Don't you worry about that. We will take a look. And go ahead and do this sipping on the coffee. Never mind, I'm out of coffee. What a shame. What a cruel, cruel world. Whatever shall I do? The world looks so gray and black and white. Oh boy. Let me get more water. They're adorable. Hi, Shane Thunder. Welcome to stream. She's not only a game pixel artist, but also a game mathematician and programmer. Girl of the year. You're very sweet. Truly, and welcome. I don't believe I've seen your name before. I think, maybe. No, I'm gonna guess no. But even then, you're welcome. And again, yeah, very sweet. I like math. I like science. However, you know, it gets to a point where it's just not fun anymore. I like the simple stuff. I like a simple math. Get me with fractions and decimals, and you know what? We're not gonna have fun time. We're gonna have to consider what you consider fun. All right, water. That's what I'm supposed to be drinking. And the ads didn't do the ad thing again. Weird. Sometimes does it, sometimes doesn't. And copy paste? What do you mean by copy paste? What's going on with the copy paste then? And let me get some water. Oh, so tasty. And the ads have about a minute left, so you know what? I'm gonna crack open another water bottle. I came prepared. I always have 2 water bottles on standby, and I'll think of coffee too. Tasty. I really hope we're getting there soon, though. I'm excited. I'm super excited. I think there's just a little bit more wow math. Oh yeah. It's I like the idea of making formulas, but all the same, formulas can be painful if you don't know what you're doing. That's why they say, you know, you gotta know a little bit of math for programming, especially when you're trying to figure out the certain things. I think that might be the hardest part of game dev, or one of the hardest parts at least. And ads, dies, collapses. I think one of the hardest parts is figuring out that formula. So for example, damage ratios, damage meters, figuring out multipliers and how to count with those numbers. I think that's another reason why making an RPG is a little bit on the more difficult side, because you have to do math in terms of, okay, if I set up this boss to have 100 health and the person has a dagger that does 3 damage, and the dagger's been dipped in poison, so it also does poison damage. How do I calculate that so that it damages per tick? How much of a percentage does it take? Does it poison 1? Is it poison 2? That sort of thing. And it starts getting really confusing, and your head starts swinging side to side, and now you're thinking to myself, where did I go wrong in life? RPGs. It's always RPGs. So let's see. Now that we're back from the ads, welcome back. Let's go and continue. So when the player scores, we get the grade and we set the combo, so it's good to go. From there, I think we have actually, let's see. Is there a signal that happens when the maximum's reached? Minimum size changed. Focus entered. Value changed. Value changed. You know what? I think having value changed instead of having it constantly doing it, so like every process, is a good idea. So on value changed, or what's change versus value change? What's the difference? Can you tell me? And emit it when min-max value changes page or step, or emit it when value changes when used on sliders. This is continuously dragged, unlike line edit. Okay, yeah, I think this will work. Spellcasting screen on scorekeeper value changed. Yeah, okay. For this guy here, and actually, can I rename you? Edits? Yeah, we're gonna do fail meter. Fail, or tongue-tied. T-O-N-G-U-E. Tongue-tied meter value changed. And this is where we'll check to see if it is failured. Yeah, if it is failured. That doesn't sound right. If it is a failure, have you failed in life? So let's see. Let me go back up here. Yep, all of you. This is spellcasting screen. Oh, you're not supposed to be on spellcasting screen. You're supposed to be in here. Disconnect. You need to be in your own system. This guy here. And now we need to connect your signal. Value change. Connect. Yeah. On value change. Yeah. Never mind. On hide value changed. There we go. And connected. There we go. Okay, we're in the right area. And spin up Google Calculator, set up a multiplier, add the situations you want to test for, such as a special RPG dagger, and the answer will automatically calculate in the flick of an eye. Or I do it for important life-changing things, such as understanding guns and bad multiplayer games. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one before. The Google calculator, is it a special calculator? Or is it just a regular calculator? I definitely know I am a fan of Excel and automatic spreadsheets that update when you change a number. That is very fun. You can show me a numbery spreadsheet and oh man, and it's Microsoft Excel but free? Ooh, okay. I'll have to take a look at it one. Oh man, there's going to be some numbers that will have to happen. So at some point, we're gonna have to bring out the graph paper. Oh man, that sounds like a fun time. On tongue-tied value change, what we do then is we're checking to see if we need to end the game. So down here where we have, let's see. And are you going to test the code today? Oh, 100%. I want to see if we can get the fail meter working. If so, yeah. I'll go for about another 30 minutes to see if we can get it working. I don't want to add any extra stuff. I just want to see if the fail meter itself. And I think we're close. I see that, and then there's a bug that takes 3 days to figure out how to complete. So let's see. Instead of this max miss, which we no longer have, right? What we can do is do if value, right? Yeah. Oh, no. We don't want value float. On tongue-tied value change. Is this the value changed? Possibly. If value is greater than or equal to, and then we do max fail points and max miss. Oh, what a time! I do remember the max miss. They were good times. They were lovely times. Max miss 30. Oh, that was so sweet. The old guys. And Chris, why does my chest hurt? Rousey, does it burn? Chris, no, it's like a dull ache right in the middle. Rousey, oh, you're just experiencing some emotion. Chris, how do I stop it? Sounds about right. Let's see. If the value is greater than or equal to fail max points, we will then do utility dot, and then instead of end casting, we need like a fail casting. So if I do Control Shift F and we do end underscore casting, there's gotta be one end casting. Fine. Yeah, you can see end casting, emit, connect, all of these guys. End casting. And let's see, end casting, oh, that's scorekeeper, connect. So on end casting, end game. And then what we do, game has ended. Okay, so how can we do this? I guess we could do some sort of effect and everything and then say end casting. We set score, emit current score points. What we need to do is have a way to say you failed. And I don't know how to quite do that. If we go back to, it's an automatic fail on the end game. And we only use end game and casting, it seems to be, when we do this guy here. So end casting, let's do a bool, I think. Failed. Spell casting. Failed. And we'll do bool. And we'll set it to automatically be false, I think. Yeah. Fail. Oh, no, yeah. Failed. If it's failed, then it's true. So let's go back into our connect and end game. Go on end game. We'll go ahead and do failed. And we'll set it to equal, oh, it's a bool, right? Bool. Set it to equal. And it's going to be false. But if it's true, you do a few extra things. So if it's true, set score and utility current points and all of those things. And Chris, oh, I know, Chris begins attempting to detach their soul from their own vessel. That sounds like I said about right. And utility.setScore.emit. So for this scorekeeper, let's see, utility.setScore. That's what we worked on earlier, right? Emit current spell points. Yeah, utility.setScore. Go ahead and see about that set score emit. Yep, current spell points. Fine, utility.setScore connect. On casting finished. It's this guy here. We go ahead and print the grade and all of those things. But the thing is, we don't need to do any of these things. Get game over, disable spell casting, create item. All of those things, not needed on casting spell points. If the spell points, yeah, you know what? If spell points equal negative, you failed. How about that? Spell points, yeah. And do spell points, and we'll set it equal to -1, maybe. That way, if it is -1, and you can make an image saying you failed with pixel font or something. I'd love to have like a sound effect for the bad things that happened. Let's see, print grade, and then grade all of those guys. Make perfect item equal false. And if utility.makePerfectItem, yeah, we're not making that item. You grade equals dish grade set grade. So if spell points, and we'll do spell underscore points, is less than or equal to I feel like this is too much, but it's okay. Yeah, it'll be fine. Spell points less than or equal to. We'll do -1, like that. Actually, yeah, is spell points less than or equal to 1, -1. Then we'll go ahead and say var for failed. Definitely doesn't feel right. I'm getting the itch. And hi, Haploon. Oh, Haploon? Is that how you say it? Haplule. Welcome to stream. I'm gonna guess the first one's more correct, but hello. Welcome. So let's see. We're gonna make a var here called failed, and set it to bool and equal to false. And then what we'll do is if spell points all of those things, then failed equals true. And then we'll do var grade. And dish grade, we have fail and none. So your failure will be the dish grade. Let's go back to here, and back to our mini game. Oh no, spellcasting screen. No scorekeeper. There we are. Lovely. And let's say you nailed it. I somewhat doubt those words. I had to guess. Let's see. If we failed, then failure equals true. Else. And we'll go ahead and do this. Grade. Ooh, actually, grade. We'll do this. We'll do this
Small
instead.
Block Boy is now following.
Thank you, Small Block Boy. Oh, it's an adorable name. You're just a little guy, just a little small. How cute. And Hapule, pronounced Hapaloo, Hapalooey. Hapaloo, Halloween. Var disgrade equals utility, utility dot disgrade dot fail. Automatically fail. And if then we set fail to false. Then if spell points equals that, failure equals if spell points. Ooh, actually, we'll set it to none. There we go. None, I think. And hey, the Godot gang grows. Oh yeah. I've been at this game for maybe almost 2 years. I've been doing Godot for a second, but I've only done, this is my second game, so I'm not, there yet. But I'm getting there. Like, welcome. It's always nice to see fellow Godot enjoyers around the block. And that Undertale sound effect activated me like a sleeper agent. Good. Good. I've got all the sound effects. And a hydrate. Sure. It's always important to hydrate before you dehydrate. And oh!
Skillet Fun is now following.
Skillet Fun for the follow. Welcome. Alright. Hydrating. Tasty. Okay. We're good to go. Hydrated. Not all nice and sans Undertale or something. So let's see. I like this being false, yeah. And then utility. So the grade, if it failed, you do this. Grade equals, and you do fail. And then, actually, yeah. Instead, we'll do this. There doesn't need to be a bool. If the spell points are greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to 0. Yeah. We'll set this to 0 instead. But that's a 0. I think that's easier to notes. And oh yeah, I have not played your first game. Was it the Golem game? Nope. That Golem game was the one that I that I was never able to finish. That's the one that got corrupted. If I do this, it is the Starry Sky Scramble one. You should see it there. It was made in 24 hours, and it works. It's good to go. It is a thing. But yeah, that guy there. The Golem game was going to be my first, but then it got corrupted. So I stopped trying to make games for I think a year or two because I was so excited to make that game. And I'm going to give it a try right now. Tell me how close you get. Apparently I make very hard games, and I've given a few people PTSD from playing it. And it's excuses, so it counts, or it executes, so it counts. Yeah. We take the small victories. Let's see. Grade equals. Or let's see, yeah, var grade. Grade's going to equal fail. Otherwise, grade is going to equal else. Grade is going to equal set grade. Like this. There we go. There we are. And if utility dot perfect item, go ahead and tab that guy there. And I think thinking is half the battle. And let's see, else. Oh, there we go. There you go. I'm glad I have the little dot guys so I can see now when there's mixes of tabs and spaces. So grade equals set grade. And all of these guys here, if make perfect dish item, what we'll do is do and not grade equals utility dot dish grade. Oh, did double enter there. Dish grade fail. So we'll just copy that there. Utility dot dish grade fail. Yep. And from here, utility game over emit score, accuracy, grade, and disable spellcasting, create item, and reset. All of these guys will need to be modified just a little bit. And I'm not sure if I heard goblin, but whatever. There's no goblins here, I assure ya. So from here, what we'll go ahead and do is say, if utility grade dish fail, else. We'll do 2 checks here. If we are failing, we do game over this way. Otherwise, game over is calculated the normal way. And then we go ahead and do disable spellcasting like that, and we should be able to go. As no item gets created, or do you think it would be fun to do like should spell just not work? Or do you think you get trash from the spell and you have to throw it away? What do you think would be more fun to do? I know some people think it's annoying when you fail something and you get the trash, you have to throw it away, but I feel like that could be a mechanic in a way. And so Godot scripting is basically Python-like. I haven't tried it yet. From what I heard, yeah, it's a lot of people compare it to Python. I wouldn't know. I've never tried Python. I come from a background of C++. And the transition was super easy, I can say. This is GDScript, so it's its own programming language, but a lot of people call it similar to Python. Let's see. Else game over. So what we'll do is utility game over. The grade is the grade, right? But no comprehensions. Multiple inheritance and more. Godot's lovely. For our score, that's this guy here. Yep, we should do score correctly. And the Starry Sky Scramble is pretty hard. I warned you. I need to scan the ready stars and click it before it pops and reduce my score to 0. I warned you, Ant. I did. I said, my complexity. Oh boy. Let me save this here. There's more than enough of complexity to go around without all of that other stuff that's going on. Let's see, spellcasting screen, scorekeeper. I need to look for, we were just here and I lost it. I don't know how I lost it, but I clicked something and then something else happened. We were looking to, let's see, close cafe, close utility, spellcasting screen. It was not on spellcasting screen, I know that for certain. Spellcasting minigame. I don't think it was here either. I think it was in scorekeeper somewhere for creating the score. Get score on casting finished, print grades. Yeah, it was here. Nope. Set score on casting entered, print grades on casting finished. Spell points, nope. Reset, nope. Set grade. Here we are. I found it. And I love Python, best official program language documentation ever. That's always nice to hear. People loving their favorite languages. C++ was my first ever one, so it'll always be near and dear to my heart. And highest score so far is 6. I don't think the game is beginner friendly. I think I got 75, I think. I think that was my score. It definitely is, like I said, difficult. But I think it's fun in a way. It was meant to be like the dinosaur game where it gets harder and harder the more you go. If accuracy is less than or equal to grade, yeah, okay. Before grade is fail. All these guys, nope. And dish grade none. Set grade, yep, okay, you're not here. On casting finished. Where were we just at? We were here somewhere, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared. I clicked a different tab, and it's gone. On tongue-tied fail, utility.end casting. I think that's what it was. Utility.end casting. So Control-Shift-F, fine. And then we connected it to endgame. And from our endgame, here we are. On our endgame, we go ahead and set our score. So then we go to set score, current spell points. Yep. Endgame failed bool. Yeah, okay. And for here, if failed, we go ahead and do this guy here. This guy, else. We'll go ahead and do else. And we'll do this guy here. And we'll set current spell points. And we'll do 0, as that's not the guy you need. So 0, like that. And utility.setScore met. So Control-Shift-F. We're going on a hunt. And now this guy gets connected. So on casting finished. Now, we found it. And any tips how I can differentiate the ready stars? There's still a little difference with the almost ready ones. The ready ones have a little speck on them, like the little highlights on the outside. If that can help a little bit, like there's some dots on the outside. I might show ya once I finish this. We'll see ya. But yeah, there's little specks. So there's a way to tell, but it's just you gotta squint. It is a little tricky. And overall, it's a pretty fun game. I give it an 8 out of 10. I'll take it. That game was, like I said, 24 hours and my first game. So you know what? More than happy with that 8 out of 10. And you started programming with C++, my condolences. I was in college. That was the program I was given, so it was the one I had to do. Let's see. On casting finished. Fail grade, dish fail, yep. And if we do this, yep. And if it is fail, we go ahead and say our accuracy. Now, should we give it the accuracy, do you think? Our grade, our score? You know what? I think it's fine. Our dish grade is going to be fail. You didn't do the thing. So I think this is fine. What we'll do is then, if not fail, we'll go ahead and do that. If you didn't fail, then we get to make the food. Otherwise, it failed and it fizzled out. So something like this instead. And then we'll do this. So game over. Something like that. Dish grade fail. So go ahead and disable spell casting. I think that should be fine here. Yep. Disable casting. Mid game over. I don't think these matter too much. We'll see. The order of operation at least. I can't remember what it was. So we'll just do disable spell casting. Dish grade fail. Game over. All of these guys. And I think we're good to go. And I see a little thingy, but it's still pretty hard. Oh yeah, since it's so fast to pop up and I couldn't reach it fast enough. Yeah, once you get the hang of it, it gets a lot easier, but it does take a second. And endcasting.emit, and on this endcasting, what we'll do is set the thing to 0, I believe. So utility.endcasting. Let me make sure the guy is Control-Shift-F. Fine. Connect, endgame, and emit. Yeah, endcasting. We'll connect, endgame. Our endgame is going to be failed. Okay, endgame and failed. Okay, good. So it actually is a bool. So endcasting, emit, and we set it to true. TRUE, which means it did fail. And if we just double check with our casting here, so Control-Shift-F, find it for our signal, our failed. Bool, yep. So if we did fail, we set that to true. And that should be that, I believe. Usually it never works the first time, so we'll see. And are you still streaming? How does your voice keep up with you? Excitement. I mean, it's only 22 minutes past the time when I would usually stop. So we're only going a little bit over time. Usually if I do go over time, I try to keep it to 30 minutes. So we'll see. I'm hoping this will work. If not, we can always do a little bit more. Value shouting an already declared value. Yeah, on tongue-tied value change. So actually, we won't do this guy here. I don't think it'll work out in our favor. So instead, we won't use the signal. We'll do disconnect, and we'll instead do I forget what it's called. Let's see. Or actually, what we can do is when we modify it, go back here, not on casting finished, on ready, player score, yeah, on combo. We'll set it here. If value is max, yeah, okay, we'll put it there. And I did read that, good, okay. So click on play. Let's see, now that that's not that there. Okay, no errors so far, so good. And what are you doing? Because I was not there. We are doing a fail meter. It's supposed to be a kind of system of, think of it as an opposite health bar. So if the bar fills up, you die, or you fail the spell. If the bar stays down and low, you're good in the safe zone. So the hope is that the game is, if you get too many fails in a row, then the bar will go up, and if that bar is filled up to the top, then the game is over. And so yeah, let's see. I am not sure I'm ready, so let's see. Oh. Well, lovely, great, off to a wonderful start, aren't we? That goes here, and that goes here, and then that goes there, and then that goes there. Okay, yep, take 2. And she has overclocked her text speed. Very effective in conversation. The only drawback is choking on water, not knowing left from right. Worth it. What do you mean? I know my lefts and rights. I've gotten better, okay? It's not as bad as it was. This is your left, this is your right. I know now. I've been learning, I've been practicing. Okay, so I'll just let it fail. Let's look at the meter. The meter's going to be in the top left. Okay, here we go. Okay. So start going by, yeah, really fast. Okay. All right. So it semi-works and no errors at first launch. I just start typing and throw error. So, it kind of works. Kind of, sorta. Maybe, perhaps, sorta, kinda. If the game ends early, we need a way to tell, hey, the game ended early, so you're going to need to do some other things. Because if the game, yeah, how can we do that? Update speech bubble, if index less than. If we end the game, and there's still, okay, this might be a small fix we can do. And hello, Eris, welcome. Hi, hey, my name is still Tim, welcome back to stream. Okay, I think I understand what to do here, so we'll see. We'll go ahead and put you here. Okay. And second Super Ninja's concerned. My mouth feels like a Sahara after 1 hour of speaking. I got a lot of practice. And I have 2 water bottles here. And it's like when you overclock your GPU and he died, but she never dies. Never, not ever. And I apologize if the compliment is not well timed, but your voice is nice. No worries, not one bit. I do. The thing is, it's either you speak very fast or you have a lovely voice. And it surprises me every time, the lovely voice part, not the speak fast part. I can believe it. I always thought it was easy, but you know what? Fine, we're good. But thank you for the compliment. That's what the point I was getting to. And sorry, so your name is still Tim. Good to know. Good to know. Indeed. And yeah, I got a 45 on the game. Congratulations. But I didn't know losing points would get multiplied. Oh yeah. I've done a multiply system before, but I forgot it completely. Yep. That's how the game works. And the fastness adds to the charm. I see. Very sweet of all of you. On our end game, so Control Shift F, find end game. When we do connect, so our end game here, connect end game. Okay, so for this guy here, if failed, utility set score all of these guys. What I'm thinking is, because this is the mini game, right? What we'll do is we'll have it rapid fire fail the player. I think, or rapid fire print out everything. So for example, what we'll do is utility dot, or not dot, where are we? We need to do like player something. Where are we at? Player, where are you? Player scored. Here we are. And now we can use that function I was talking about that had to do with the player scoring and everything with the miss and sorry, I did read that good. And in the end game, where is Thanos? Not here, gone, reduced to atoms. Let's see. So our end casting here, if we fail, before we reset, what we're going to do is for a number and index. So let's see. Var, not beating the Thanos allegations. Missed my last. Can you make it just execute the same thing when you manually end it? What was the pause and plus? Can you elaborate a little bit, Zero? And after 1 hour, I did read that. Good. Okay, good. I don't get what you mean. Can you make it just execute the same thing when you manually end it? The issue is right now, it's not printing. I think that's the issue. Hold on. Let's double check to make sure before I start fixing things that don't need to be fixed. Let me click play again. And actually, I think if I just click buttons instead, that can just work for the cancel. So if we do this guy here, we teleport, go to this guy here, and hold on, go back down here, you, and I can just spam buttons like this. There we go. Huh. Interesting. Because the spell hasn't been deleted yet, it's not reset. So my guess is going to be it has something to do with the order of operation when we end the game. That was what I was saying earlier with possibly that was the issue for our set grade. So we'll see. And thank you for the hearts. They're so sweet. It's always cute to see them kind of fluttering around. Okay, so set combo, do combo, all of you guys. Set grade. Yep, reset. Here we are. I was thinking the reset wouldn't matter for the end casting and everything, but maybe it does. Possibly. Disable spellcasting emit, game over emit, reset all these guys. So maybe what we can do is do this instead. I'm curious to see why. And I wonder why the game gives a lot of people PTSD. I can't keep up the multiplying losing system. It's like failing once, it is never an option. I mean, at the beginning, it is, and I understand why. Yeah. It was very harsh. Like I said, with the calculating system, it was that thing of, how does this work? How are we doing things? Let me go ahead and teleport, and then we can go ahead and do you. And let's see. And if you want it to end when the fail meter hits max, can you give it the same command you do with plus? I don't get what you mean with the plus command. That's the part I'm confused on, Zero. Right now, it seems to be the case that doing it manually, failing it manually, it works. That spawned, that needs to be fixed, which is a-okay. The crashing part is the part I'm a little bit confused about. We'll do it one more time, but I think we might have to call it here for a bit, as it is 5:30. Yeah. So the update speech bubble. The issue is that our all verses is empty, and that's why the update speech bubble. So I guess to fix this error really quickly, all we would have to do is do if all verses. So if utility dot current spell equal null, and then return like that. I think that would fix our return. return. Like that. I think that'll fix it. And easy. Yeah. And I'm afraid of if necrotyping will be hard as your previous games. No. That was one of my things. That was one of my concerns, is that I wanted to make sure we didn't fall into that again. The thing was, because it was made in 24 hours, a lot of the balancing I couldn't do. It was just a matter of go, go, go. But since I've had more than 24 hours, I can get more feedback on it. And wait, it's 5 hours, 30 minutes, we're in the same time zone. Yeah, I streamed for 5 hours from Saturday to Friday. Oh, it also works. Look at that. We got an error, but it works. It works. I streamed from Friday to Sunday, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. So not 5 hours, 4 hours. Right now it's 4 hours and 30 minutes. Let's just check this debug. Can't take value from empty array. Why does this say it's empty if we check here to see if it's empty? You confuse me. You really do. Delete keys. If not keys empty. Okay. Delete keys. Emit front bubble. Yeah, okay. This is something to be figured out, I'm sure. And I can certainly, I'm gonna go take a break and then continue. So saying that, I'll bring you into this guy here. Into this guy. I am gonna continue working on this game today. I'm definitely excited. I want to get a lot of things done, a lot of stuff and things done. So I'm probably gonna go take a nap as my energy meter is waning. However, if the moderators will, actually, I don't know if Eska's here, so I'll just do it myself. Discord, like that. Yep. That there and this here. If you want to keep up to date on the progress of my game, the progression of it, consider joining the Discord. I'll be working on it later, and when I do, I'll be in the voice chat, so you can, if you want to get some studying time done with me, I'll be in there, so we can both get some progression. That's, again, I'm excited. And have a well rest. Thank you. And a nap for your voice, a nap for my excitement. Gotta tone it down a little bit. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'd love to see if we can find some game dev to raid and another fellow Godot. See if we can do it. I'll go to the end screen for YouTube, as I both stream on both YouTube and Twitch. So we'll go to the end screen just so I can end the VOD there, and then we'll come back. And thank you for the stream and such progress today. Yeah, isn't it great? Okay. I'll go now. I hope you have a lovely one. A lovely afternoon, evening, good night, good morning. Did I miss what? Good sleep? Tomorrow we'll be playing Deltarune, and then next week we'll do it all over again. So more Deltarune, more programming, and then more, what's the word I'm looking for? More Pixlr studies, as I do both game dev and Pixlr. All the Pixlr you saw in my game, I made myself, and I do studies to get better at it. Saying all of that, though, again, stick around if you want to raid, but I'll go to the end screen and come back. And Godot gang, yeah. Alrighty, have a lovely one, won't you? Where's the button? I can never find it.